Hello. The Realm Reborn opening. Is that what you're talking about? Are you talking about the Realm Reborn opening Warhorse Indra? Yeah, it's a good opener. Hi everyone! Surprise! It's Sunday, but it's Sunday evening for me rather than early in the morning. If you're wondering why that is, number one, I had a family Zoom call that I had to attend in the morning. I even arrived to that one like a few minutes late, but as I was going through the thingy-madiggies of, oh, hi, Gran, good to see you finally joined us and all this kind of nonsense, and, people talking about their days and what have you, I didn't have too much to offer, like, I didn't have too much to contribute to it. I didn't have too much that I needed to contribute to the Zoom call, thankfully, so yeah, so it was just sort of, because we do this once a month within the family, because I live in Australia. My mom lives in a different part of Queensland. My sister lives in a different part of Queensland. But my grandfather lives up in the United States. My aunt and uncle live in a different part of Australia altogether. Previously, they lived in a different part of the United States. So the idea was that each month, like, we just have this Zoom call that my grandfather put together. We'd all, like, share our thingamajiggies. Also, hi there, Hawaiian pizza. So yeah, so we'd be doing our, whatsamahoozy, we would be doing our daily, or not daily, it's just a monthly, like, oh, hey, we're going to be, doing our, what would be the way I would describe this, I wonder? Just catching up. Just, like, if there's something really, really important to share, we share it and such like that. So I didn't really contribute anything, like, major groundbreaking this Zoom call, because it was last Zoom call, I believe, that I, like, shared that I had a girlfriend and all that kind of nonsense. But, that one of the things I'm learning is just, like, the family's like, good for you, and then they're moving on because of, like, the latest highlight of, like, my my 5-year-old niece and such like that. So, and then the grandfather, like, going all over Africa and shit like that. So 15% bimbo rating? Could be better, could be better. Where was I in my train of thought? So yeah, so we're doing I don't like this song. I don't like that there's lyrics. You know what? Nah, there isn't gonna be any good lyrics until we get into the whatsamahoozy game, because, like, I want some nice calming music is what I want. All right, cool. So it is capturing, thank goodness. But yeah, it's been a minute it's been a hot minute since I've last played Final Fantasy XIV. I was playing a little bit of it actually after work. Sorry, not work. After Brain, you can do this. Come on, Grant, you can do this. It's not like you haven't done anything important all day today. You can do the streaming communication with people. So, yeah, so we had the family Zoom call and all that kind of nonsense. And, I didn't have anything major to contribute to that, because, grandfather got back from Africa and what have you, and he was sharing, like, all the cool photos and such like that of what they were doing and everything. So it was all fine on that front. But once we were done with the Zoom call, I didn't want to get back into streaming, like, so, like, over an hour late and all that kind of nonsense. So I was just like, yeah, I'm not gonna be streaming that or I'm not gonna be streaming that evening. And so, nope, prohibited item. Where am I meant to be going? What the, hang on. Taking the red level 5th. Ah, okay, because there's all these other things I could be doing. So yeah, so return to Tuliel, because we'll get nice smooth jazz when we're over in here. So I decided to get back into Final Fantasy XIV. Because I didn't renew my subscription or anything like that when like, because I normally renew my subscription like every 3, 6, 9, 120, 150. I normally renew my subscription like every 6 months, but I didn't do that with the last like thing that went off in 2025. And looking at my achievements and such, I had not played since July last year. Like, I have not played for at least 6 months. I had not engaged in Final Fantasy XIV doing the doing the catch-ups, like, you know, doing my dailies, doing my weeklies, doing the level grinding. I had done none of this. I have at least gotten like my tanks up to level 100, as you can see here. Like, look at that. Ooh. Hang on. Yeah, look at that. All my tanks are up to level 100, but then, you know, the White Mage is only 70, and then Scholar, Astrologian is at like 30, 35, and 38, respectively. The DPSs are only down at like the 34s. So, like, yeah, I didn't really like do any like, you know, progression grinding or anything like that. But then there was FanFest that was going off for, I think it was yesterday that it was going off. Hang on, right click on you. Oh yeah, we get to unlock a Minstrel Ballard thing, which is not important to watch the cutscene. We just have it available to us now, the Necron's Embrace. But yeah, so I was watching not Necron. I was watching the, you can do this. You know how to do the communications with the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV in the background. We were looking over the FanFest, me and Velk Torem and Code and such like that. And like, honestly, there was a lot of good stuff that was coming in. So first and foremost, you know, as there's a new expansion, it means that there's a new MSQ story. There's 2 new classes being introduced. Like, there's the standard boilerplate stuff like that. But then they started hitting some real good, like, opening bangers. So first and foremost, they're redoing how, like, you know, the job thingamadiggy works. So if you look down here, these are like the job actions and such like that. And apparently, when we get into the new expansion, this is going to be what's called Reborn mode. But then what's going to actually happen is so like, this is Reborn. The Evolved mode is going to do some things. So for example, this 1-2-3 combo is going to turn into one button that we then just need to, like, you know, it goes through one thing to the next, and then the button will change to like the next thing, and so on and so forth. There will be buttons that are situational based. So for instance, Bloodwetting and Narcent Flash will be set up so that if I'm targeting an ally, it's a Narcent Flash. If I'm targeting an enemy, it's Bloodwetting. Like, they're introducing like all these, like, you know, little things to help ease the combats and make it like a little more engaging, so it's not in the 2-minute suckle. So cutting off the fat. Yeah, a little bit. It's like a little bit of cutting off the fat and just sort of accelerating it and such. They're giving us more customization options when it comes to the character customization, which is really cool. There's always, like, you know, more outfits, which is great. And then, like, there was a lot in the FanFest that was just sort of making people happy that there was going to be, you know, they're going to continue working on this, which is fantastic to see. Also, I just love this. I just love this music. Like, it's just such a nice calming music. Also, hi there, Wild Saber. Good to see you here. Hey there, Velk. It's very calming. So yeah, actually, I'll go into my Zebra streaming just in case Velk wants to, like, join in and contribute about some of the conversation or updates that we'll be seeing in the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. Dies are getting shrunk. Yes, so I've heard that as well. Dies are getting shrunk. There's all this, like, so there's doing some quality of life stuff here and there. They're doing, so the rework of the classes with, like, you know, how their jobs are, and like, the best way to probably describe it is there'll be a little more like the PvP actions. Because I think the one that, like, Velk was really excited about, I don't know if Velk was the excited one about it, or if Velk knew someone that was excited about it, but basically, like, the the Dragoons, like, you know, leaping up into the air and stabbing someone in the ground ability. Like, that was going to be made into a... Also, hi there, Velk. I've done some adjustments to my Fugi React. So if you don't have your Fugi React, like, set up, you're going to turn into PopCap. I was doing this because, like, someone was in the Discord VC with like one kind of like profile icon for when we're in the server, but Fugi React didn't see that server icon and instead showed an entirely different one, and I was like, that might do some DDoSing nonsense. So yeah. Actually, I'm gonna see what happens if I everyone's choice, save. Okay, there we go. So now we're back to microplastics for you, because you're okay. Definitely sad vibe of like you didn't want to change from your cool microplastics PNG over here. Oh, you had a nap? I thought you were going on a walk. Oh my goodness. You know what it is? You need to get out more. You need to go out into the youngins. We need to send you to like Adelaide or Melbourne where all the young people are. Ah, darn. All right. But yeah. So yeah, actually, I'm going to need Opera GX for the quick Googling and all that kind of nonsense as well. Yep. So yeah, so sorry, I'm going to official sites. As much as I would love to Google Final Fantasy XIV on Twitter, because that's where I was getting most of my nonsense, I don't want to risk having, like, you know, big titty cat girls popping up on the Twitter feed while I'm streaming. Yeah, but that means clicking on links when we're better off. But like, it doesn't open in Chrome. It doesn't open in Opera GX, which is what's presented. It's open anyway. Point is, I like the idea of just like just scrolling and finding things. So it's like, yeah, they've shown off a trailer for Evercold. They didn't show any new classes explicitly. Big titty cat girls. Yes, Tanmux, big titty cat girls. I like big titty cat girls, okay? Hey, it's a thing. I'm a furry, all right? So, but yeah. Yeah, so let's see. Do we want to go through Square Enix or Final Fantasy XIV? Well, Final Fantasy XIV is like the easiest one to like read over. It's like the Iceborne Realm of the Fourth. So that's the first thing. Oh, and then we're gonna have an Alliance raid, which is gonna be a crossover between Evangelion. Like, this is insane. Anyone that knows about Evangelion, like, Velk doesn't, because Velk doesn't absorb popular media or anything like that. But basically, Evangelion has a bit of a legal... I believe the legal term is it has some real fucky-wucky licensing, because the original Evangelion episodes, for distribution's sake and reference and what have you, is held by a company that doesn't exist anymore, I think, but it's held by a person rather than a company when the company went defunct and shit like that. Shut up and get in the mech, Shinji. Exactly. So with Evangelion, it's like there's all this material, there's all this, like, you know, lore and all this, like, you know, fun stuff inside it and shit, but it's really hard to try and get someone into the first 25 episodes of Evangelion because they didn't exactly do a really good job of maintaining the license and making it easy for you to, you know, grab onto the original dubbing or subbing. I think Netflix technically has the episodes, like the most recent way to get them, but from what I've heard, the dubbing is absolutely shit. And they've butchered the subtitles by extension as well. Because like, you know, no, there was like apparently there's a scene where like two guys are in a hot tub, and apparently to avoid the...
Serdragonx88 paid me to
What are
say
you
I'm
saying,
late,
Sir
so
Dragon?
what happened with you? Why didn't we see you yesterday and this morning?
Because I had a family Zoom call, Sir Dragon. I mentioned it on my Whatsamahoozy Twitters, my Blue Sky, and my TikTok. I have many ways of, you know, sharing to people the news of things. Any whoosies. So like, it's just funny for me. Evangelion, probably one of the weirder ones to get into IP-wise without entering into the high seas, gets to have all of these IP crossovers like it's Fortnite. It's like, hey, do you want Evangelion reference shoes? You got it. Here's some purple and orange sneakers. Or if you want, you can go for the red and orange sneakers instead. Evangelion at KFC. Evangelion in Magic the Gathering. Evangelion in Final Fantasy XIV now. It is kind of ludicrous. It's like if someone decided to do, let's say, Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas, but you couldn't make any reference to the Nightmare Before Christmas film. So, you know, the person that owns the IP for The Nightmare Before Christmas would just start making these OVA standalone episodes that were technically in the realm of The Nightmare Before Christmas, but they couldn't be elements of the movie The Nightmare Before Christmas. And then next thing you know, they're like doing crossover events of, oh, we can't exactly explicitly show Jack Skellington. Here you go, Vol, here's your cookie. But we're gonna present to you Santa, but he's gonna be designed slightly differently because we can't use the design of Santa from the, you know, Nightmare Before Christmas. It's one of those kinds of weird fuck-aroundsies. It isn't easy getting Japanese IP over, especially like older ones. Jesus. New battle. Oh, so yeah, so this was what we were talking about. Reborn will be based on the current combat system and job mechanics, while Evolved Mode offers players a new way to play that puts a greater emphasis on job identity. Also, I'm looking at this person here, like this, with the shades on top of her head. That just looks like a British sniper. Like, that does not look job fantasy. Like, the dude... Yeah, I know that's machinist. I know they're trying to tell me that's the machinist, but that just looks like an army vet. Meanwhile, on the left side is the white mage, Lalafell healer, and then on the right side is Blessed Be Rogadin playing as the best class warrior, and then over on the right is the Rothgar doing the gunbreaker, you know, thing. Like, many of these, like, you know, look proper fantasy and shit like that. The red mage, however, I think is like the coolest looking of the job identities, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know why. There's something about the tricorn hat. Yeah, they're doing all kinds of changes. The way players earn rewards and improve their characters, the new battle system, better facilitating play with multiple jobs. So there's apparently an armory update I need to read into. Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh. I'm guessing, so it will be like sort of, it's, so instead of it being, you know, for example, we have the earring, like that is like level synced. But instead of it being explicitly level synced, it's going to be job synced. So like it will retain the same sort of stat line, whether you are wearing it at, you know, level, you know, at, in this case, 101 or 110. But the thing that will change is, like, say for example, oh, you're running a tank class, then tenacity or what have you is like the secondary stat. But then if you wear the same item as a healer, it doesn't give you tenacity, it gives you something else, I'm guessing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So patch 7.5 gets released on April 28th. I'm not streaming that day, so totally fine for me. But like there is main story questline shit that I have not yet done that I need to get done. So this is one of the reasons why I am streaming, and I just realized I have not properly alt-tabbed out of this thing, so let me minimize this. There we go. Ah, yes. Here in Final Fantasy, we get to have all cool fantasy realms, such as Cyberpunk Future Stone, or Cyberpunk Future Electrope. The thing that bothers me about it is just how, I don't know, I just don't like a lot of future look. Like, when people are trying to, I don't know. Something about techwear just irks me slightly wrong. I just don't, yeah. I don't like it. So, like, the way, you know, Brahatia, yeah, Alpha No, and like Y'shtola are dressed, I like it. But then Sphene, it's like I don't know, like I feel like in an attempt to like be more than just, you know, casual civvies. Hang on a second. How do I remove? Hang on. Yeah, scroll lock. So like you know, the shoes, I don't know how she's wearing shoes without socks, or maybe she's got one of those, like, you know, very hidden sock things where you don't go up the ankle. But yeah, like this, the pants with the shorts is really cool. And then like the little dress here, that's great. But then she has this jacket over top, and it's just like, and it does like the techwear thing of like, there's a random zipper on the back, and like, it's a bit too much. Like, and it's like, oh, but like if you get rid of the jacket, then she just looks like the modern day. And I think that's like the biggest problem we've had, is that like we don't really have, you know, a something like, you know, just, you know, desensitized to like, you know, the future attire evolving, so to speak. And really we're just going towards the direction of simplification and like, you know, agnostic design. Yep. Yeah. It's just some future stuff just doesn't, like, when we're trying, like, when you look to the past of like, oh, how did the 80s think the future was going to look, or how did the 50s look the future was going to change, the future was going to look. It's like some of them did a can't hear Velk. God fucking damn it. Why does Discord not do the thing I need it to do? Say some things, Velk? No. So, all right, I need to start Discord again. All right, I'm just trying to, because for whatever reason, like, Discord just was not getting picked up executable wise.
Okay.
So, all right, now it is. I can see.
From this.
No. It's not a you thing. It's a me on the OBS thing. That's
okay.
that's the problem. So, reactive can't find Discord running. Please install Discord desktop. Discord desktop is running. Just give it a minute, please. All right. But yeah, I don't like seeing like previous generations, like major generations, showing like their thoughts of the future and such like that. It's like some of them are just, they're way more inspiring and way crazier of an identity. But I don't know, like when we try and do like new future stuff, it's like it's techwear that I feel like doesn't Like,
Well, this isn't saying what the future is. This is just
no.
another shard, and
Yeah, I know. It's just this is one of those issues of the how do I describe this frustration? It's just it's like a limitation of the artist's imagination of the future. So like it's not an issue of like, oh, why are they this kind of future within the Final Fantasy context? It's where it's like it's just how ugh.
I think my biggest problem though is the GPU in the background.
See, here's the thing is that like the GPU in the background is probably like the most future part about like the railway here and the GPU is I'm like, yep, that is distinctly future. Like this will definitely age it. So then that way, like, you know, if for whatever reason someone's like, oh, what if, you know, what if Solution 9 was Diesel Punk instead of Cyberpunk? It's like, well, you wouldn't need to change, you wouldn't be able to have this tower. But I look over to Sphene and it's like, there's no removals on Sphene to do Diesel Punk. You just need to add. There's no removals in order to make Diesel Punk work. Or Cyberpunk, or, you know, cassette futurism. Whereas, like, with this tower here, it's like, you have to remove it. There's no way you could add something and be like, ah, yes, like, you know, it's definitely Diesel Punk or whatever the fuck. Okay.
Well, you could add a CPU to it. Anyway,
All right. Enough bitching about, you know, design and what have you, because I'm not, like, I am not one of the best about trying to explain this. And there's probably, like, way smarter fashion designers that probably would be very annoyed with me on, like, the melding of different, eras.
Every day, more and more people regain their memories of their lost loved ones.
Oh my gosh, it's voiced.
Will beings like Calyx be able to manipulate their fear and ignorance as he once did? That being the case, Alize and I have come to a decision.
Your mom raised a complainer, not a quitter. You'll get the job done, but you'll hear about it. Oh, yeah. My mom is the same. My mom raised me the same sort of way. I am most certainly going to complain about shit at work while I'm at work, but I am still going to get my job done at work.
Then we shall return to Garlemald. Our experiences here should serve us well in the ongoing restoration efforts.
However, one pressing matter remains. Calyx's summoning ritual was tied to a concept of his own creation. Ascian involvement is assured, but we have yet to ascertain the extent of their influence on the Ninth.
I have done what I can to...
Oh, this is the 9th shard, isn't it?
Still afflicted with Levin sickness. I may now devote my undivided
Yes.
attention to an investigation.
Then we shall leave this one in your capable hands. Do let us know if you turn anything up.
There.
It's Erenville. My time.
Hey, Erenville.
And so I'm headed to the harbor now. We'll meet again. Of that I'm certain. Until then, I wish you safe travels.
I like his Polish accent. You could have let me know in time to see you off.
And pull you away from more important business. Perish the thought.
Mm-hmm.
Hey! What do you think you're doing?
Sorry to interrupt, but I thought you'd like to know. I've detained the fugitive.
Yeah.
He promises to tell us before he sets sail, only to try and sneak aboard his boat with nary a hug goodbye. Cold bastard. But there's still time before they weigh anchor.
That boy. We should make for the harbour ere he wriggles free of Lamachi's grasp.
If we're heading the same way, we might join him on the ship. Good company is always welcome on a long voyage, is it not?
What? Now? I haven't finished packing.
Knowing you, the essentials are already accounted for.
Oh. Fine, if we must. But you're helping pack the rest. And I hope you've decided on a souvenir for use.
I love Wukla, as do I. Wukla Mott was honestly like I quite liked her throughout Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail.
If not execution.
Hi there, Minuteman. Welcome, welcome.
Lest you wonder, Kryl and I intend to remain here with Y'shtola.
To continue our study of the key, naturally. By all accounts, Preservation's facility promises to yield some answers.
Shale has been conducting a more thorough examination. She may have insights to share. Then why not invite her along to see everyone off? Surely she'd want to be there too.
I did not realize Kryl and Sweden were speaking. I thought it was Kryl that was speaking then.
Oh, Graha's voice as well is going to be a little off, because I believe the person voicing him had, like, lost his voice.
Oh no.
At the time. And he didn't want to give up the role because he loved it too much.
Ah, okay,
So,
okay.
So if it sounds off or wrong, that's why.
Alright, so speak with Shale within the back room. Alright, Neonstein we go. Head into the back room. Yes, we are, Tassos. What news, Grant? Can't imagine you brought an entourage along to simply say hello. That eager to be on their way, are they? I'll join you. I owe them thanks on behalf of Oblivion, after all. And there, I thought you would protest against being parted from your work. While I am curious to see what emerges once every piece of the puzzle's in place, the majority of the files we've unearthed are encrypted. There's little else I can do until the computer's finished with them. Besides, unlike our friends, Containment Complex 1029 isn't going anywhere. In other words, we won't be getting any answers tonight. Afraid not. It's going to be a while yet. Then shall we depart for Tuliel's forthwith? Even Lamity's strength has its limits. Without further delay, then. You're getting Mouse PI for hire soon? Nah, Mouse PI for hire wasn't... Like, I think it's on my wish list, but... You know, there's a lot of new games that I like that while I'm interested in trying, there is plenty in my backlog that I can easily pick up and continue going through. So, for instance, like I still have Gears of War to get through and Pragmata. I'm going to be playing Diablo with Velk and Code at some point in the future as well. So I believe we're going to be organizing, not this Saturday, but next Saturday, we're going to be, you know, playing some Diablo. We're going to be joined together as like a party and such like that and try and get through the first game.
We're gonna get killed. We're all gonna get killed by each other.
Apparently friendly fire is a thing in Diablo, so we'll see how we go.
And it's rough turning it off.
Look, like, me and Code went through Titan Quest together. I'm pretty sure we'll be fine. It's an ARPG, isn't it? Similar to
You don't
Titan
have
Quest.
to worry about him.
Oh, wait, am I going the right way? No, I'm going the exact wrong direction. Once again, don't talk to him, because that's for raid nonsense. I need to go over to Tulio. We're heading back to, thank you for the random shirt, Sir Dragon. We now have the Monster Hunter shirt. But yeah, actually, let me just pull out a map, just so people, for those of you that are not, like, fully familiar with Final Fantasy XIV, aka my girlfriend, take a look at this map they gave us. Doesn't this look... Hey, I was just given this shirt, Artemis! So, if you look over on this map here, it looks like... Obviously, like, they're trying to do, like, this is kind of like Europe, where it's like, here's, like, the UK, and then here's the European nation, and then here's, like, you know, Russia, and then over on this side, you have, like, China, and then over here is Japan, and then all the way over here, you have Yoktorel and Zoktorel. So basically, like, one side of Torel and the other side of Torel. Doesn't it look eerily like the United, like, you know, North and South America?
I think that was the idea.
Yeah, I think it was the idea. Which means we still haven't gone to Australia, which is really disappointing. I don't know what that says.
Oh, Mericidia.
Oh, Mericidia. That's what this is?
No, that is the something continent.
I love how it's like technically, like, you can just easily swap each letter to like the English equivalent. So like this here is the, but by God, just give it to us in English.
The something Heru continent. But yeah, that's Mericidia, which is confirmed to be Fantasy Australia.
Yep.
And that is the home of dragons.
Hence why there's all these dragons here.
Yes.
So yeah, and then... So yeah.
And that could be Fantasy New Zealand. We don't know.
You know what? If it is, it's gonna be this thing here. Like, the clouds are over it, but I bet you, like, this thing here, they're gonna be like, oh, it's not exactly Australia, New Zealand, but then it's just like, you just did Australia, New Zealand, and you just decided to connect New Zealand with Australia. I reckon that's what's gonna happen. So there's gonna be no Tasmania, but there's gonna be a New Zealand.
No, there is Tasmania. You can see it.
Oh, there it is. Yep, it's even smaller than the normal Tasmania, like, you know, proportional to Australia.
They have a chocolate factory there too.
I'm sorry, a what now?
A chocolate factory.
In Tasmania?
Yeah, they have a chocolate factory in Tasmania, but I mean in Fantasy Tasmania.
Why is there a chocolate factory in the Final Fantasy XIV equivalent of Tasmania?
I can dream!
Oh, okay, so your source is you made it the fuck up.
Yes!
Of course it's Australia. After all, the world's most deadly animals live there. The dragons. Would you consider dragons the most dangerous animal in Final Fantasy?
No. I would consider Godbird's wife to be one of the most powerful.
Godbird has a wife?
Yeah, she's terrifying.
Maybe I met her and I haven't seen her.
So you know how all-powerful Godbird is, yes?
Yeah, I know how all-powerful Godbird is. I've seen the man. He's like half naked and he's able to like just run down whatever the fuck. I've played through the Hildebrand adventures, and there's more Hildebrand adventures I'm gonna have to go through at some point as well.
He's scared of her.
Ah. behind every strong man is a woman he's scared of. So yeah, and here's Aaronville, who's in his like lovely, like, you know, native attire with the cool, like, you know, sewn on shirt. I wish you all would not make such a fuss. I am not fond of emotional partings. At least Alphino and Alize were considerate enough to inform me of their plans in advance by Link Pearl. Some people we know would have burst out of a crate mid-voyage. In any event, I shall wait here until they finish their preparations. I imagine he's giving that bursting out of a crate mid-adventure because Wooklamot, by the by, chat, Wooklamot, this woman over here on the left here, she's basically the president of the United States equivalency. Imagine, for you will, the president of the United States bursting out of the cabin hole to be like, haha, you can't leave without saying goodbye. That would be, you would be scared as fuck, wouldn't you? No matter how close to the president you were. Just imagine that. Just, you open the overhead and, locker, and she just goes, would be so Manderville quests are so funny. They are. The whole point of the Manderville quests, I've learned ever since A Realm Reborn, is just for the riggers to have fun making expressions and what have you, and doing exaggerations, because when they experiment and try weird things there, they will then go and try and utilize it in a more muted expression into the MSQ, because they were able to experiment and see if people would like the expressions or not. In any event, I shall wait here until they finish their preparations. Lol, and now we just wait. He was her babysitter. Oh yeah, that's right. And because he's a Vieira, the actual age rate is way slower for the Vieira over the
You look well.
Hrothgar.
No lingering effects then.
I'm hale as ever. And busy with work.
I imagine there's no shortage of affairs to put in order. Are Kona and Galulja faring well?
Kona is off to survey our nation and its peoples. He wants to consult with local representatives and hear their thoughts on our policies. And Galulja's really taken to his training. I feel like he's been spending more time with the Landsguard than me lately.
Standing here, I cannot help but remember the day of our arrival in Tuliolol. The rite of succession feels so long ago.
It's been a year IRL time, hasn't it?
Couldn't tell you.
We knew not of what would happen between my father and Zorolja, nor of Alexandria and its queen. It was to aid a naive claimant that you came to Tural. But you've done so much more for me. For the entire nation of Tuliyollal. We owe—
Oh my god, July 2024. So it's been over a year.
But that doesn't mean we can't try. Whenever you need an ally, we'll stand with you.
Allow me to echo that sentiment. Not only were you kind to me when I awakened a stranger in my own land, you extended your grace to Alexandria again and again. And on behalf of myself and my people, thank you for curing the ailment that for centuries tormented us.
Oh yeah, we cured the electrope allergy thing.
Have exciting stories to share with one another.
I forgot.
Ever since I introduced you to Wooklamot, you've faced no end of hardships. Many of them her fault.
Yeah.
I feel no remorse, only gratitude. For without your aid, I would not have had the chance to say goodbye. Nor vowed to explore every corner of the world. To see what we haven't seen. Shall we?
Oh, look, turnip head. Excuse me.
Rest assured, upon arriving, we shall make it a priority to visit Tataru and assuage her myriad fears.
I expect the sight of you two will be a balm for her worry-laden heart.
Oh yeah, she didn't come with us, did she?
Safe journey.
She stayed back at
Enjoy it.
Eorzea.
Yep, she always does.
Regards to oblivion. And thank you for all you did for my mother.
Why is this mission feeling like it's the end of the current patch that I'm stuck on? I thought I was like leagues behind. Hi there, Tabitha. It is the Zeebs, and I'm going through the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV.
Come back soon!
Take care!
That was a proper send-off. Now, time to get back to it.
Duty ever calls for she who loves her realm.
Right? Though, if you need a break, you're always welcome to visit Tulihiola. I'll give you the grand tour. I guess they're really over. Your adventures in Tural.
Okay, I did do the promise of tomorrow. This is patch 7.4 now.
For the rest of my
This is literally the start of the patch. I thought this was the end of the patch before.
Power resolve spotted!
The fuck said that?
The Landsguard is looking for you. It's sparring time!
Oh, good thing you're here then. Can't miss that.
So let's go already! Everyone's waiting to see the Vow resolve in action!
Sorry, I have to go. Till next time.
And thus do they take to the winds.
To follow their own paths in their hearts, as they should.
Into the Mist. Okay, so this is entering patch 7.4. Okay, this is a good way to... This is a good way, I feel, to get back into Final Fantasy XIV. I honestly thought I was like, you know, a mission or two away from finishing the Promise of Tomorrow, but it looks like we've done that now. Although this does mean that I have so many fucking questions that I need to remind myself about. Now it's our turn to take the next step. The question is in what direction, and that is a matter I should like to discuss with you. Lobster, Maku, a navel orange, or some coin. I'm just gonna go with some coin. Dun 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 dun. Aaronville has been added to the Unending Codex. Nice. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go over into the collection, because the Unending Codex is gonna be very useful. This little fucker is just filled to the brim of, like, just encyclopedic knowledge about all kinds of different peoples and events. So it's limited by persons or by concepts. I think we read one of the things I want to do in the I'll do it in a future stream. I won't do it in this one, but I want to just, like, read through every entry of the Unending Codex. So then that way there's just, like, you know, a nice little VOD that I can probably break down at a later time of just everything that's been, you know, recorded across, you know, patch 7.1 to patch 7.4. Maybe 7.5. Well, you're off to bed, Zeebs. It's late. All good, Wild Saber. Thank you so much for coming along. You're stuck with us until next year. It's not like you have an encyclopedia that can fill in whatever blank for you. Not that. Ah, okay. But yeah, I guess my first question is... Let me see if it's here as a concept. So we got the Everkeep, we got Oblivion, we got the Regulators, the Storm Surge, Void. Okay, we don't explicitly have the What's-a-Mahoozy Sickness, but considering we're at the start of patch 7.4, I'm probably gonna, like... Velk, this is technically speaking the end of, like, you know, the post-modern, the post-Dawn Trail. We're now entering into the post-Dawn Trail that's going to be a lead-up into the next patch, isn't it? They, like...
Wrong! That's next patch.
That's next patch. 7.5 is when they do the... This is leading up to the... Ah, okay.
Coming soon.
Coming soon, yeah. It's coming in, like, what, 5 days or less?
5 days? Jeez.
Like,
hang on.
Because, like, isn't there, like, an update coming out on, like, April 28th?
One moment, I will double check and let you know.
Yeah, give my certified microplastics moderator a minute to double check that kind of thing, Diggy. But yeah, the Levin sickness. It's basically the whatever. If I may, I think it's prudent to discuss our future plans elsewhere. We are liable to hinder the dock workers here if we linger. Perhaps I missed the part that she said at the end there. But yeah, knowing our luck, we're probably going to get, like, a little recap of, oh, we should be looking at doing this thing next.
Tis truly a beautiful place to roll.
Generally, point 3 is the end of the current expansion storyline. Point 4 lays the groundwork bread trail, and 5 is the full-on setup. Ah, okay. So yeah,
like I was walking
partially right.
from our oldest records. And beyond that horizon are more lands and more people. That one I still struggle to imagine.
We ourselves hail from beyond that horizon, in fact. Rather, most of us do. I merely thought I did. Oh, that's right. I can only imagine how it must have felt to learn you're a native of our world.
Because, like, 2 Lalafell scientists from her kingdom dropped the baby and some very important tech off here.
Most of my life has taken time to sink in. 'Twas not until I met my parents in living memory that the truth of my origin began to feel real. Your experience is not unlike mine. When first I awoke, the realm everyone spoke of sounded nothing like my own. I had to walk its streets, live and breathe it,
before I could accept and embrace my new reality.
And for me to embrace mine, I need to learn more about my people, the Milala. We should come upon more information in the course of studying the key, but as Shale's investigation of the containment complex is still ongoing, would you mind if we sought a different avenue of inquiry into the history of the Ninth?
I have no objection. What we learn will deepen our understanding of the broader picture.
Agreed. My curiosity extends well beyond our duty to assess Ascian influence.
If it is knowledge of the Ninth's past you seek, I have an idea where to begin. Alexandria was originally part of a landmass known as the Mist Continent. This continent had been left in ruins in the wake of the storm surge, with Alexandria the sole nation to survive the devastation. The calamity of lightning that ravaged the world.
Why does the continent of Mist ring a bell from like another location?
We recovered from the Underkeep. Though the conflict between nations was destructive in its own right, it was Levin that dealt the final blow.
Mist probably sounds familiar because it's the housing district.
Ah, okay.
The place was spared its fury, and all was chaos in the castle town. We tried to evacuate the people in airships, Otis, the knights, and I, but we couldn't save everyone.
Yep, so that was from patch 7.3's like final dungeon, where they were like, oh, let me just accelerate through our history real quick.
We took in as many foreign refugees as we could. Yet, despite the dangerous environment, our system showed that there were some few souls who ventured outside the barrier, into the lands beyond. Beyond? But we thought that was impossible. I was under the impression the star was scoured of life, that man could not survive outside the barrier.
We had the same thought for the first shard, but we've clearly crossed through it.
To every corner of the world. Nothing and nowhere was spared. If anyone did survive out there, it would have been an unimaginable trial.
And yet, those people must have been going somewhere. What if there was a refuge? A place that weathered the storm surge and rebuilt over the intervening 4 centuries?
So the thing they're talking about of like, oh, someone survived, like because basically the Ninth was going through like a calamity similar to the other shards that had existed. So like we visited the first shard, which through Shadowbringers, like that one was going through the light/white aether magics as like their calamity. But the idea is that when a planet goes through like a full-on calamity and, you know, is quote-unquote dead, we absorb it. The source planet, which is what we're part of, absorbs it. So I think we've had fire, ice, earth, water. Like, we've had 7 calamities, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, because we've had 7 calamities, and then the events of Final Fantasy XIV before A Realm Reborn was dealing with the coming of the 8th Umbral Calamity or something like that, which would have been like Void Center or something, or the Void, or
it was Bahamut.
Bahamut, sorry. And then because of the events of, you know, the end of Final Fantasy XIV 1.0, we go into Final Fantasy XIV 2.0, A Realm Reborn, where we somehow had the calamity not happen to us. but then we're just left with like random void sent creatures still breaking into the source, I believe.
That's because the world of darkness, I think it's like the 13th or something, it is broken.
Yeah.
It is completely gone.
Like, we should have had the Realm of Dark... Like, we should have had the 13th Shard absorbed into the source at this point, but because of the events of 1 and A Realm Reborn, that didn't happen. So now the 13th Shard is just existing on its own, similar to the first.
And Zero and Golbez are working to fix that.
And so... But yeah, so with what's going on here, what they're talking about is like, oh, how in the world could someone have survived, like, you know, the lightning, like, calamity? You know, like Tabitha said, a lightning-based aspected calamity. How did someone survive that? And it's like, well, we've kind of technically have already seen that happen back in the first Shard, in the events of Shadowbringers. It was like one of the patch content. I think it was for not the Alliance raid, but the normal raid, where we ended up sort of beyond like the place, like beyond the burn or whatever the fuck it was called. And that was where we had like, you know, the two what's-my-hoozy girls, and we were rebuilding something, and then the crystal in the pond turned all rainbow colored and shit. I'm not describing this very well, but
no, that's different area.
Damn it. I thought that was like...
So that was the first area, like in the first.
Yeah, but
what
I mean...
there was...
Go on.
Empty. So that place was completely void of anything except light ether. And you couldn't live there. Nothing could live there. I don't even think the Fiends could live there.
Yeah, but through the events of the patch content, like, we started doing something so that in that area in the first, it started becoming livable again or something like that, wasn't it?
Yes, that was with Eden, where we feed them different amounts of ether through our memories.
Yep.
And it does help feed it, but it is very slow. Eden is not perfect. It's gonna take forever to do it, but it's a way.
It's a way. But yeah, point is that, you know, we've been able to do that over in the first. So with these guys being like, oh, how could someone have over 4 centuries have, like, you know, done a weathered the storm surge and started living? It's like, well, we've technically done that with the first, where whatever point of time, we've now gone into where the light, you know, voided this area, and through the events, through the Eden stuff, we've now started working on it. So we're probably going to see something similar to what we've been doing in Eden, but instead with, like, you know, maybe a century's worth of extra work done into it, rather than, you know, us coming in with only a year. The 8-man Shadowbringers was about trying to bring back life to the otherwise empty void beyond the barrier where Minfilia stopped the onslaught. Yeah, so because over in here, in the lightning aspect one, it wasn't explicitly, like, Minfilia didn't, like, you know, do the barrier thingamajiggy here, but these peeps did, like, the electro barrier or something like that. So it's not entirely the same aim, because, you know, different shards, different people, but the overarching themes is the same. There's an area that was explicitly saved from the calamity, and now we're investigating the possibility of, oh, outside of the barrier, someone's done something.
Given Alexandria's displacement to the source, we had neither cause nor opportunity to survey the remainder of the continent.
But we would have a way to do that, because now we can get through living memory.
Memory remains physically in the 9th.
There we go.
If we seek a means of egress, other than the portal connecting it to Alexandria, perhaps it might lead us to the Mist Continent.
I don't suppose they'll just let us, you know, walk into the living memory and then just...
In which case, it may have been a physically independent space all along.
Meaning, another point of egress could well exist.
And if it does, someone has to be maintaining it.
Egress just means exit for those of you that have not watched Adventure Time, where they had like the Egress episode with Ben the Human.
And see what they know.
What does egress mean? It means exit.
If it please your majesty.
Also, hi there, Yun Samarakura. I probably pronounced that incorrectly.
This continent, I would feel much more assured with you at our side.
But yeah, the details are going to be different because lightning is, you know, is like an elemental aspect and such, whereas the life or white calamity was more about, because like the way they have it set up here in Final Fantasy is that light isn't explicitly good and dark is explicitly evil. They instead have it set up that white is explicitly stagnation and, you know, the end of a thing. Like it's like frozen, but not like ice frozen, more of a like metaphysical frozen, like ceasing, stop, and all that kind of nonsense. Whereas black is similar to, you know, painting in black, where it's just a hodgepodge of all these different colors and such like that. Light is passivity. Thank you, Yun. That's what I was getting at. Not all
Darkness is change and chaos.
Exactly. So the way I can imagine it is when you look at the color system for CMYK or whatever the fuck it's called, where if there is no colors introduced, it's just white. But if you have all the colors introduced, then it's black. Because if you go with the RGB values, none of the colors introduced is black, but then all of the colors introduced is apparently white, which is so. But yeah, any whoosies. I would hate to see you obliterated by some lightning beast.
As would I. Let us make every effort to ensure none of us suffer such a dreadful fate.
So, gosh, it's gonna be fun trying to get back into the Final Fantasies and, like, you know, being familiar again with the mechanics. Now that's settled, I'd best be off. I still need to check for decryption errors periodically, so I can only step away for so long. With luck, I'll have plenty to share the next time we meet. Until then, let the rest of us make ready for a potential foray and meet at Lenode Minimo. That is not a word. Minenimo. You made that up. Also, cute doggy right over there. Pet. Look at him. He just lies on his side when you go and pet him. It's so cute.
Oh, to answer your question about when the patch is coming out. From the wiki, which may or may not be right, it's in 2 days.
Yeah, because today's the 26th, which means, and then the 28th is when they're doing, like, you know, maintenance and such, which is because that is when they decide to release. I don't know why they decide to release shit on, like, the Tuesday, Wednesday.
They always do.
Oh, yes, making up words, because furries never do that. Nah, furries don't make up words. We make up phrases. Mnemo is a prefix meaning memory. What? Oh, look, it's a robot.
Didn't know that. Good to know.
Yeah. This clerk has made itself available to answer our questions. Clerk PX0093. If one wishes to descend to the surface from here, how would they typically do so? Living memory is currently detached from Everkeep and is operating independently while surrounded by its aerial suspension system. Thus, both lift and lay node-based transit is currently unavailable. I apologize for the inconvenience. Despite its ability to remain aloft, perhaps living memory was never intended to function in this state indefinitely. If so, we're out of luck. Not necessarily. Lifts and linodes were likely the preferred methods of transportation, but that does not preclude the existence of others. Yeah, if we're like up at the top, we could just jump off. I feel like that's gonna be an option. Like, it definitely sounds like something for an adventuring party to do, of like, oh, we're so high up on the sky, how do we get out of this situation? We're just gonna jump. We'll just jump, and then we'll have, like, one of our, like, aetherite vehicles or something like that, you know, catch on the aetherite winds or something like that. It'll just be tumultuous as fuck because, you know, lightning aspect down there and shit. So it's gonna be like jumping out of the airplane into a like a sea storm or something like that, I imagine equivalency. There's legit a goddess with Menenmo at the start of her name. Menemosyne.
Anemone.
That's not what it is. Menemosyne. Mememosyne, the Greek goddess of actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna cheat and use a TTS bot to
Nemizone.
Menizomi. That doesn't sound anywhere near memory. What the shit? We'll have to work on your Greek pronunciation.
It's Greek. It doesn't have to sound like it in English at all.
It's all Greek to me. In the event of an emergency, how would we evacuate this facility? Consulting emergency systems. I like the robot just having these like tall eyes. Living memories airships remain prepared to deploy should evacuation be necessary. Would your majesty like to appropriate it? An airship. Yes, please, as soon as possible. Bot is reading the silent M. With your majesty's authorization, the vessel can be readied for launch without delay. Allow me a moment to execute the bypass protocol. Hell yeah. Safety tests have been successfully completed, setting the Gate of Remembrance as initial destination. Vessel is en route. I know I could cheat by just getting a filter to, like, make my voice robotic and such, but I'm gonna wing it.
As long as you're having fun.
Yeah, that's the, like, I like having fun with voice lines and shit. I remember anytime I saw Lalafels, I would just give him a high-pitched, squeaky voice, but learning that in A Realm Reborn, one of the most annoying Lalafels just has Dio Brando's voice, it's gonna fuck with your brain. Is that my airship? It was purpose-built for living memory. However, it was modeled after the vessel your majesty used during the Storm Surge saga. A replica. Still, it does me good to see it. When you see a Lalafell, you must punt it. I have been told that is not what you should do with Lalafells, and is really rude. There have been some incidences. I am no longer allowed to be mean to Lalafells explicitly.
I'm allowed.
Okay, Velk's allowed. I will deploy the gangway for boarding. This way, please. Yu Yu Hasei's Japanese voice actor is hilarious because it's so deep. Yeah, exactly. In order to reach the surface, we must pass through the storm clouds. I advise you to brace for turbulence. Yeah, look at that. Everything's floating. Wait, does this mean they've given us, like, a new area? Like, that's actually, like, explorable? Mm. Ooh. Oh! This is some Asian shit. The ward Alize gave me is reacting. Though not to the extent of— God fucking damn it, I clicked too soon. It does seem to impress upon one the marvel of the barrier. The lightning in the heritage found is tame by comparison. Basically, those with the Echo are not going to be influenced by, like, you know, primal energies and shit like that. That's going to be doing, like, an overdosing of aetherite energies. In this case, an overdose of lightning, I'm going to imagine. A land where Levin reigns. So, me and Krill have the Echo, so we're totally fine. But the other people, they need the cool little talismans that were made during Endwalker to help protect from, you know, the aetherite bombardment that's going off right now.
I don't believe the Echo helps with that. I think you're protected from it because Heidelin blessed you a long time ago with a neat little trick that shrugs off ether. I think Kryle's still affected by it as normal.
Oh. Are you? I thought it was because of the— I thought it was an aspect of the Echo, like, why? Because, like, she can't get affected by, you know, the— I thought that was, like, the whole point of the Echo, was that we had a connection to, like, the Unsundered and shit like that. Which—
Well, she was easily able to be overtaken by Heidelin, as we saw.
It's at this point that I... Reflections, the First Brood, Aether, Seventh Umbral, Asians, the First, Asm's Crystal, Magic, Ceruleum, Spirit Vessel, Studium, the Void, Souls...
I always thought they were different. Like, the Echo was different. I remember them saying something like that.
The Echo is what the blessing from Heidelin is called. Ah, okay. I was hoping the Echo would just be written. I was just hoping there would be an entry for the Echo in here, but, like, I don't want to click into anything by accident, so moving on. The Warrior of Light is the only one blessed by Heidelin. I guess, like, blessed isn't, like, you know, more explicitly.
Isn't the only one.
Oh, isn't the only one, yeah. A sombering sight, to say the least. But I shan't turn back now that we've come this far. Nice. Despite the ominous landscape and persistent echoes of thunder, Krell is determined to press on. You're tempered by Heidelin herself. Everyone who got the Echo is immune to aetheric corruption. There we go.
Okay. I'm fine with being wrong.
No, that's fair. So yeah, I just... Because, like, it's one of... Here's the thing, is that, like... I think the fact that you have the Echo, it doesn't... Like, it means that Heidelin, which is technically a primal because of the event... Because the events of Endwalker demonstrate that Heidelin is basically the late, like the last Azim or no, the previous Azim or whatever her name was.
Nani?
And you're not tempered by no. So okay, this is really going to be challenging my memory and knowledge and all that kind of nonsense. So basically, the echo is for those who are like less, who are like, you know, less sundered, so to speak. It can have a connection to, like, you know, the unsundered, like, you know, source and all that kind of nonsense. Now, Hydaelyn, the Hydaelyn that we know and such like that, is the previous Azim, because we met her when we went to the past. I can't remember what her name was, because her name isn't Azim. Her
Vana.
Vana. Thank you. So Vana, through the events of the final Vana, thank you. So Vana, through the events of the final days, someone made, like, you know, the council or what have you made Zodiark, and Zodiark, you know, splintered the worlds, the unsundered world, into, you know, the source and the 13 shard or 14 shards. Was it 13 or 14 shards?
I think it was 13 shards and one. The source.
The source. Okay, which makes 14. Okay, so the source and 13 shards. Now, they were going to summon Zodiark again, but then she stopped it, and she basically did, like, she ended up as Hydaelyn because of utilizing techniques similar to how, you know, the original, like, the Ascians at the time made Zodiark. So now Venat is Hydaelyn in this regard, but we're not, what do they call the people that get, you know, converted by the primals? What's that called?
The tempered.
The tempered. So we're not tempered by Hydaelyn or anything like that. So we only are, so for whatever reason, those with the echo are, you know, not, they're not able to get there's like a protection to them and such like that. Now, why Kryl is able to get her, you know, herself possessed by Hydaelyn, I don't explicitly remember, but I do recall that because like in the events, like in the early Final Fantasy XIV, at best, we could just hear her, you know, the hear, feel, think, and like all that kind of nonsense. Whereas Minfilia was able to hear her way more often than we could. But then as the events of Final Fantasy XIV go off, I think because of like the reduction of like aether in the air or something crazy like that, Hydaelyn.
Oh, you're losing me.
Here's the thing, is that like this is really like I'm trying really hard to recall like all, like we're talking about what, 15 years of content here that I slammed through in like 3 years, and I'm trying to like you know divulge it in like less than 3 minutes.
Yeah, you're doing better than me. I just play the game good. I don't know.
Yeah. So, all right. What are the people in the chat saying? Everyone who got the echo is immune to aetheric corruption.
I will be right back.
So we're not corrupted by Hydaelyn. Tempering is aetheric corruption, something you don't have. The Warrior of Light is Azim in the present. Okay, technically speaking, the Warrior of Light is similar to the Ascians, where, you know, Emmett Selk is he's basically an unsundered Ascian. I can't remember his original like name and what have you back in the unsundered world. But basically our guy here, because Azim, he's being sharded. He's like, there is a shard of Azim in the source and in the 13 reflections. And our Warrior of Light is a fragment of Azim in the source, essentially. So I know about that much. I know that we're not explicitly an unsundered Azim, but we are a fragment of him. But for the sake of making a comparison, let's not even compare.
Okay.
Once influenced by... That's not how Hydaelyn's collection works. Okay, anyway. This is definitely gonna be one of those things where we're gonna be gonna be doing a Wikipedia reading dive at some point in the past, and you know I'll probably end up like Vinny Vici or whatever the guy's name. A's. Hi there, Furry Roma. Welcome, welcome. There's an advertisement going off for the next 30 seconds, so once that advertisement is done, I will then have us... also, hi there, Porking King. Welcome, welcome. In 20 seconds, I'll continue the cutscene and what have you. So we kind of got onto like a little bit of a tangent because there was a bit of a debate or an argument over like, you know, like what the Echo does for us, because, you know, the Warrior of Light was not tempered because we have protection from Hydaelyn. The Warrior of Light is not tempered because we have the Echo, was the thing. The Echo is not given to us by Hydaelyn. Hydaelyn is a primal, and she is the eldest of the primals next to Zodiark. Yeah. She's just not selfish. Greetings. Anyway, advertisement done. We're not skipping this cutscene. There are no structures, nor any other sign of survivors that I can see. I suspect the crater made this area unsuitable for habitation due to the increased risk of flooding. Then we should look further afield. In which direction do you think we might find a settlement? If we're at the edge of Alexandrian territory now, the closest city would be Treno, should it survive. As a city-state built on a harbor, it was a nexus of trade, and it remained neutral throughout the war. We Alexandrians always felt fortunate to have it in our neighborhood, so to speak. Not unlike our Razathan. Ah, yes. Alphino had spoken of Razathan before. It's near the South Sea Isles, the Milala homeland, correct? The fuck? Razathan? Are they talking about a place in the source? Funnily enough, it was also Treno where the Milala first found a home in our world. Huh. Truly? Yes. And though the Milala population elsewhere grew, most continue to feel a strong connection to the city. I'd like to think that some remain there to this day. Anyway, Tabitha, Yoon, both of you, stop it, all right? Moving on. We'll figure out more of like the Echo and all that kind of such outside of this stream, okay? Moving on.
Just focus on doing the content now.
Yeah. I shall run a flight simulation for the route to Treno. One moment. Simulation complete. There is a near 100% probability that the ship would suffer catastrophic mechanical failure prior to arrival due to the ambient lightning. My apologies. Oh, well, thank you for checking. If we cannot fly, then we shall have to walk. Treno lies beyond the mountains, but there should be routes to spare us having to climb. That cave system, for instance, assuming it hasn't collapsed, let's try there first.
Are you ready for the big climb?
Oh, is this gonna be like, the What's-a-Mahoozy back in Shadowbringers, where you're climbing up, Hell's Killed, or whatever it was called?
What?
Remember the thingamadiggy back in Shadowbringers, where, like, we were going up a mountain? That was...
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hell's Kier is in Stormblood, so that's why I was very confused, and that's a
What was I
different
thinking?
file.
What was I thinking of? What's that
I
one
don't-
called?
Mount Gulg is what you're thinking.
Ah, cool. Mount Gold. Because we had basically... Thank you.
You blue screened me.
Velk is meant to be my Final Fantasy expert to some level, but I need the other two Final Fantasy experts up in my chat that are just like, nope, Grant's talking about Mount Golg.
Yeah.
This tunnel appears intact. Though we have no way of knowing what it's like further in, Mind you, stay alert for beasts as well. Given the barren surrounds, they're surely ravenous. Mist Wake! A new regular duty has been added to the duty finder and duty support. Nice! Where are you?
I am in the friends list. I don't actually know where you are.
Okay, hang on a second. Because I think we're in like a weird...
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so there's like... So living memory, and you basically... So like it's a little thing. I think it's...
Well, I tried doing that, but I couldn't access to where you were, so
Oh, good.
you would have to...
Good. I'm inviting you to the party now.
Yep.
Alrighty. I'm going as a tank, as always. Let's see how we go with other people. Let's see if this is like a quick ad.
It should be.
Should be.
It's current content, so it should be fine.
Yeah. I enjoyed Mount Gulg. It was a nice, capstone, dungeon.
Oh, Golg is very fun, especially if you get someone that's just running ahead and you pull the entire place.
I think someone, like, because I was running tank, as, like, when I go through MSQ. Tank is my go-to class, because it's one of the few that I'm able to be like, yep, I'm able to, like, kind of be a little bit brain dead while I'm running warrior. I think someone told me, just run. Was it you? Did you tell me to just run in Mount Gold?
That sounds like me.
Sounds like you. Sounds like you giving me a tough time by being like, yeah, just run through the entire thing. Try not to die. Good luck.
Well, you've seen me tank now.
Yeah, I've seen you tank.
Tanky you can be.
Mount Gold was level 79. Yeah.
Yeah. Good dungeon. Good expansion, actually. I really like Shadowbringers.
Yeah, that's why, actually, I'm opening up Opera GX again, because someone's created the new copy pasta for, the Final Fantasy XIV. You know the thing that I go on about, Chad, about, like, the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of a Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward and Stormblood expansions up to level 7. There's going to be a new one. There's going to be a brand new fucking, you know, what's-a-mahoozy thing, because when we get into the next patch, so on April 28th, they're going to give us a new, let me find the, view quotes. It's going to be somewhere. There's going to be a new, image thingy-majiggy, if I can find it again. Give me a second, chat. I'm looking through my likes, and I'm trying to get past memes, boobs, 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 memes, boobs, boobs, memes, memes, boobs, memes, memes.
Are you serious that that's your history?
Look, I don't... More... Oh, nope, that's, a time-lapse of the Meteor Survivor over the what's-a-mahoozies. Hate this job, gets paid. And anyway, keep scrolling. Here we go. I found it. Chat. Doesn't shock me at all. Yeah. Look, the Twitter and blue, I'm a simple man, okay? But here we are. The new revised edition. Just let me click into it, please. Open image in new tab. Does it let me see the ding? No. Open image in new tab. Here we go. Have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV with an expanded free trial, which you can play through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward expansion, the thrilling Stormblood expansion, and player-favorited Shadowbringers expansion up to level 80 for free with no restrictions on playtime? Those bring back memories. Like, look at this. Look at all the different word art. This originally was just, you know, only went as far as and the award-winning Heavensward expansion up to level 60 with no restrictions on playtime. But they've been, like, slowly adding in... Because wasn't it, like, a year ago or 2 years ago they added the Stormblood expansion to the free trial?
Somewhat recently, I don't remember. All I know right now is that word art is the most offensive thing you have ever shown on stream.
What do you mean? This is not the most offensive thing I've shown on stream. I've shown Luffy with the soft teeth. That's way more offensive. Anyway. Seriously, has it?
Did you see it?
10 minutes. 2 years ago, I believe. Hey, there we go.
It wasn't even 5 minutes. What do you mean?
I was sorry. It was almost. Sorry. I was like looking at it. I was like, it hasn't been 5 minutes yet. So my bad. Words. The feels 2 years ago. Okay, so 2 years ago they gave us Stormblood. So yeah, because they didn't update it for a while. Hi there, Johnny Phoenix. Welcome, welcome, first-time chatter. We are going through patch 7.4 because I have not been playing Final Fantasy XIV for the last, like, 7 months. So I now have an entire patch to get through before the next update. Best of luck to me.
Alright. Remember your tank stance and...
Yep.
I think everything's gonna die real quick here.
I'll give it... Just want to get a feel for what the healer is going to be like. It looks like they're doing...
I'm tanking.
Why are you tanking? My tank stance is on.
Me do damage.
I thought I messaged here, lol. Hello, Grant. I did see it from Dazzy. Also, I'm trying to get the fat cat badge. The what badge?
I also remember when EOS can tank, and on further reflection, I'd rather remember that they didn't. I did not care for those days. Uh-oh.
What the fuck is EOS? Why?
Oh, so...
Why is...
the fairy from Scholars.
Ah, okay. Okay, that is really odd. Is my tank stance is on?
Yes, but I do a lot of damage. So you gotta use inner release to keep the tanks the tank juice going.
I'm just turning it off and turning it on again. Maybe that will fix the tank stance. I just need to get ahead of you. I used the wrong buttons because I'm an idiot.
You're still brushing the rust off. It's fine.
Yeah, I've only played Final Fantasy XIV this morning, so yeah, fair. I might be just a little bit. Oh, let me just bloodwetting. There we go. Just so then that way I'm not pissing off the healer.
Honestly, you healing has been great for your tanking.
Mm-hmm.
For your... the cooldowns.
There we go. So, yeah, because, yeah, they're a sage, so they don't give me heals, they give me shields.
Oh, they heal you. This boss is going to be rough. Please look forward to it.
Alright, here we go. Bam. Oh, wait, I should probably rotate you around. There we go.
Yes, please, and thank you.
Alright, so Earthquake. Cool. And then Thunder 2. Ah, okay, so we gotta not have it light. There we go. The Fallen Rocks Crumble? What the shit?
Benevoling Light.
Oh, okay, hiding behind a thing. Cool. I was seeing all of you going behind the pillars, and I was like, ah, you want me to hide behind the pillars.
I wonder why we're doing it early.
Alright, dink, donk, and then Thunder 3. Oh, alright, I need to avoid, there we go. Didn't do any crossover. Oh, god damn you. Oh, shit. Fuck.
No, don't aim it at that, please. Please, I'm begging. Ah. Uh-oh.
Into breath. It's only at 15%, so we're fine. We're fine. It will die before it, you know.
But my
does...
uptime. Oh, oh, okay. Him or us? Him or us? Okay. Oh.
Yeah. Of aiming, robe of healing. I'm just gonna greed these two things. You know, maybe I'll get them.
Well, if you like the look of them, now you can just wear it, no matter what it is.
Wait for me!
Yeah, but we're having fun. We're doing the fun slide.
Here we go. Sprint.
Yep.
Nice. Did we open up a treasure coffer here? No, we did not.
Oh, hang on, I'll get this one then. Oh, a nice thing to stand in.
Oh, where's the nice thing?
The orange was for me to stand in so I could heal you.
Ah, okay.
Because if my shield breaks, I get to put a discount Medicare on you.
I didn't realize as Reapers get to be that funny.
Yeah.
There we go.
It's fun.
Mechanics are for cars? Mechanics are used in games. Oh, look, it's a horse.
Yep. Go for it. You know what to do.
Bam. What the? Oh boy. What in the fuck? Oh, I was not paying attention to that one. Oh, okay, so... Alright, and then... Bio 2? Should I be standing... Oh, I got a vulnerability stack. Fuck.
Jesus, that hit you hard.
I had 2 vulnerability stacks and I used Damnation instead of Bloodwetting. Where the fuck do I... Oh, behind it.
Correct.
Why do I feel so slow? There we go. Ooh. 755. Yeah, so that's better than what I'm currently wearing. We might find... Oh, okay. We got citizens here. Are they gonna follow us? Hello?
These things are ranged. It takes a while for them to follow.
Ah, okay.
But yes, they do.
Nice, nice. Oh.
Ah.
Yeah, I see it, I see it.
That's fine. I can take a bit of punishment.
Lalafell is powerful.
Yeah?
Ooh, another treasure coffer. Yes, please. Yes, please. Agreed on the healing.
Okay, it could be the Diablo player in me, but as soon as I see amulet, I'm like, oh, it's a necklace.
That is what an amulet is. It's a kind of necklace.
Not that one. That's a bracelet. For some reason. Ow.
I provoked it,
That's
so...
fine. I can heal me.
It's there. Oh.
I'm not moving.
You're just gonna take the yellow?
Yeah. You get the regen.
Velk is good at healing Velk, but can Velk heal Grant? Yeah, Velk has healed Grant.
Yes, I am currently healing him.
Even as a fucking, like, melee DPS, Velk has been healing me. It's fucking bullshit.
What do you mean bullshit? Would you prefer me not healing you?
No, it's not. It's just... What are these mechanics? Enix, he plays as a tank, healing me. He plays as a healer, healing me. He plays as a melee DPS, healing me. Just heals, no matter what his fucking role is. Oh, look, it's a bird!
Escape being a support. I'm a healer in recovery.
Oh, we're in a dome at this point now. Oh my god, you guys are so far ahead of me. Alright, 33 seconds before I get that back. 2 seconds until I get that back. That's fine by me.
Good luck.
Oh yeah, what am I thinking? There we go. Oh, what the fuck? Do we need to worry about the orbs?
I'll never tell.
Ow.
You didn't get hit. What do you mean? What do you mean, ow? You literally...
I thought I was getting hit. Oh, right there. Okay, so it was like a small point I was...
Have a feint.
So I need to be here, and then... And then here. Oh, no, not there.
You dodged that somehow. I'm calling shenanigans.
I'm on Materia. I'm on Oceania servers now. I am not moving. Okay. You can move. Oh,
yeah,
fine.
I can. I did move. You weren't gonna hit me. I was being polite.
I don't think you moved enough. Where is the monk? There we go.
Oh, it doesn't matter. This probably is an AoE anyway.
No, it's just there was a tank buster on me, and I was like, get the monk out from under me.
That's fine. Like I said, it's probably not AoE.
Tabitha's like, he didn't dodge. The girth is just that thick. Oh, cool. There's a different soundtrack underneath the, you know... Dun, 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 dun. I have no idea which Final Fantasy game that particular one comes from, so...
I think that's 9.
But yeah. Did it! I didn't die.
Did well.
Why do I feel like this man has like a Nigel Thornberry mustache the way he's talking?
So,
yes, hello.
Cap, hi, welcome.
Yes, sorry I'm so late. Family's come over.
You are very loud.
So I had to cook dinner, and I did.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm about to eat it and watch.
Here must have gone to great lengths to maintain all of this.
Their barrier resembles that of Alexander.
James Skippy, I was chefing it up.
It is smaller in scale. And not quite as effective, if the breach we witnessed is any indication. Fear such incidents may be common here.
Girl was chefing it up. What meal has she brought to our taste buds today? What meal have you brought in?
I have brought spag bowl.
Since we've had visitors.
Gluten-free pasta because my sister's celiac.
Ah.
But the gluten-free is good because it's actually corn flour and like rice flour.
Ooh.
And that's actually really good.
Nice.
What the fuck? There's Final Fantasy drops?
Yeah, apparently there's like a fat cat emote or something like that. Also, we're
Hell
surrounded by Lalafells. We're now in a town of Lalafells.
Yeah, you're in a midget town.
You just need some goalposts now just to kick them over and you're good.
Yeah.
Sweet. Welcome you to our city. And thank you for the assistance with our little monster problem just now.
Chat badges because North America Fan Fest is happening. So that's why.
Would you look at that? The world's first wrinkly Lalafell.
She's old.
I'm old.
God, how old must they? Because aren't Lalafells like one of the longer living races, like Viera?
Time to find out.
Might I ask your name, miss?
Hi there, possible Sharknado. Welcome, first time chatter.
Apparently, a Hunnet, to 130. No, hold on. Money is 240.
As I thought, it truly beggars belief. once heard the strangest of reports from one of ours who went to Alexandria, you see. That despite the intervening years, the Queen had not aged a day. And sure enough, I'd swear, you'd stepped out of an old oil portrait mere moments ago. Though you must forgive me if this takes some getting used to. It is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty. I look forward to hearing the tale from your own lips. I imagine it won't be an easy one to tell. But please. What happened to Alexandria?
Oh, it still exists. It's just no longer available to you, is what?
I see. From your perspective, it must have looked as though we were wiped from the face of the star.
One day, we lost all contact with our people in Alexandria. Scouting party sent to investigate reported that not only the barrier, but Alexandria itself was gone. Nary a stone to mark where it had stood.
What you must have gone through, not knowing what became of us. But know that Alexandria yet survives, albeit in a distant land. Her and her people. I can tell you the whole tale from beginning to end, but first, might I ask your permission to remain in Treno for a time?
Of course you can.
Aren't Yoshi P's, like, favorite race the Lalafels? Is that why we see them all the time?
Yes, but I'm pretty sure this is also a reference to Final Fantasy IX.
Ah, okay. I have no experience with any other Final Fantasies, by the by.
Me too.
So.
Wait, no, I have a lot of experience.
I shall join them. Even with the precautions
And
we've
6.
taken, it remains to be
7.
seen if Sven's condition will remain stable.
7.
I suspect, however,
You could tell me that there is a jumping jelly castle in 7, and I'd believe you.
consider this my
I'm pretty sure there is. Like,
In light of our purpose here, the tour of the city is indeed in order.
I presume you have no objection? With your permission, then. Ah, but before we go... Allow me to...
I feel like in this particular expansion, because of all the graphical updates, they're definitely playing around more with alternative lighting scenarios in their cutscenes compared to previous ones.
Perhaps as we work alongside you, aiding you in whatever ways you may require.
You needn't fret. Treno folk are as friendly as they come. As for aid, if you're willing, you might speak with my grandson Lummel. That was his voice you heard earlier. You'll find him serving herbal remedies to the...
Is Sunday a pasta day for people?
Thank you for your guidance. We shall seek him out first.
It was going to be a roast day, but a lot of family declined the invite.
You could put roast in your pasta.
I know, but that's a lot of roast and not a lot of people.
That's fair.
You may now use mounts within Treno. Cool. Drooling at the thought, I too have made pasta. It's definitely a pasta day. been a while since I've used pasta as like my regular meal.
I fucking love pasta.
Oh,
Yeah.
wrong way. So we need to go this way.
All right, Velk, best pasta shape, go.
Ooh, okay.
Mhm.
The best one I've ever had is ravioli.
But that's
That's a
because
good
you.
take.
But that's because you have meat in it.
No, there was no meat in that.
What the fuck are you talking about? That is not a ravioli.
That was mushroom ravioli that I had.
Point is, there's a filling.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be meat. It was really good. To that lady that recommended it over in Canada, may your pillow be forever cold. That was such a good take. But I do like shells, they're fun.
Yeah.
Shells are good. Shells are good. Traditional style. I do love me some spirals.
Spirals is good.
Spirals are good.
Spirals are good. But if we're going alternative flow, I fucking love me some gnocchi.
Oh, gnocchi is good.
With a creamy cheese sauce. Oh, say goodnight.
I personally like my two, like you cannot go away from penne or macaroni. Like those are I know those are simple. I know those are classic, like, you know, tube style, but like it's just a go-to. Penne, I feel like, goes with all kinds of the chunky sauces, and then when you go for like a really light, very thin, watery sauce, then you go macaroni.
You're so right. And literally, I'm eating penne right now.
Yeah, penne's goated. It's just you're gonna use that more than most other shapes. Like,
I'm glad no one here is saying angel hair, because angel hair is the worst pasta. Fuck angel hair.
Well, I think Porking King was using angel hair earlier on in their pasta. Where is it? Hang on. Where was their recipe? 7 hours ago, they made some pink vodka sauce angel hair pasta with chicken sausage, garlic bread covered in melted butter and pesto spread, sprinkled with shredded pepper jack cheese. Oh, pepper jack cheese is good. But yeah, here's the thing.
Good.
Here's the thing. What is angel hair? I need to look that up. So angel hair
The super thin
pasta.
spaghetti.
Oh no. I'm good with just, you know, normal spaghetti.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's have a look. So actually, here we go. Pasta shapes. Pasta shapes. All right, we've got like a list of pastas, pasta shapes directory. Let's go with the pasta shapes directly. Hopefully they give us images. Let's have a look. All right. So in alphabetical order, we've got Asanepede, alphabet pasta, Anelli's, angel hair.
Oh, I forgot about the alphabet.
Bucatini. Okay, Bucatini, I will get behind. Calamarata, Capanelli, Casarese, Cavatapai. Oh, it's a macaroni formed in a helical spiral tube shape. That's cool. Okay. That's a cool shape.
Yeah, those are good. Those are good.
I would go for that. Cavatelli is like a tiny hot dog bun. Weird way of describing it. Then they got Conchigeli, jumbo, medium, mini, and small. Kabati, Detalini. And then they got egg noodle, elbow macaroni. Yeah, so this is me. I'm macaroni. I like that. Then we got bow ties, which is farfalle.
Bow ties look good.
Yep. Fettuccine. That's
Everyone loves fettuccine.
Fettuccine is a very thick, like flat pasta. It's fine. Like, if I had the choice between, like, you know, fettuccine and angel hair, then absolutely fettuccine. But if I had the choice between fettuccine and like and spaghetti, I'm probably gonna go spaghetti over fettuccine, honestly.
Yeah, but you're not gonna like slander fettuccine any day.
No, you're right.
It's the not like the best choice, but it's a good choice.
It's whelming.
Yeah, exactly.
Fusilli, which is short pasta with a twisted spiral form. Gemelli, which is short twisted pasta shapes. Gili. Oh, there's your gnocchi. Lasagna.
Oh, lasagna! I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Because normally, like lasagna, we think of that as the actual dish more often than not than the pasta shape. There's linguine, which is the similar to fettuccine though narrower.
Isn't that Mario's brother?
Mafalda, Menacoti, Mezzaluna. Mezzaluna is a stuffed half-moon-shaped pasta with a sealed curved edge, very similar to ravioli. Okay.
Oh.
I like the idea of a half-moon shape.
Sure.
Pappardelle. That's a crazy long one. Pastina, which is one of the smallest pasta shapes available. Penne. Hey, there's our penne boy.
We love penne.
And then there's penne with a mustaccioli. Small mustaches. It's the exact same shape as penne pasta, however, it does not have a ridged surface. And then there's penne with rigate, which is, ridged. Pipe.
Oh, it absolutely has to be filled with garlic.
Radial tori. There's your
mhm.
ravioli. There's the rigatoni. Rotelli. Okay, okay, question. Would you rather Rotelli or alphabet? Because I would go with Rotelli over alphabet.
I'm also gonna have to go Rotelli.
Yeah.
I think
uniform.
I'd have to go alphabet just so that I could line up the letters so that I could eat bleach.
That's fair. That's reasonable.
Rotini. There isn't dinosaur. There isn't dinosaur pasta, Artemis. What are you talking about? We already went past the D's.
There should be dinosaur pasta.
There isn't dinosaur pasta. They didn't list it on here.
There is dinosaur-shaped Rotelli. I know that for a fact. I remember that for a fact.
Rotini, which is the short corkscrew. Oh, those are nice as well. I like those. Roulette. There's spaghetti. Tagliatelle, which is the long, similar to fettuccine, is for its.
I love hearing you butcher Italian. They deserve it.
Spaghetti.
It's great.
Tortellini, Tripolini, Truffy,
Squidward tortellini,
Tubini, Vermicelli, Ziti.
Vermicelli, yeah.
So yeah, tortellini. I like tortellini as well.
An award for Squidward tortellini.
Tortellini. Where's tortellini is a shape. It's like it gets stuffed with meat, cheese, or vegetables. Here's the thing. When I'm listing my favorite pasta shapes, I feel like going for something that can get stuffed with things. So like the tortellini, ravioli, or mezzaluna, I feel like those are cop-outs. I feel like those get an unfair advantage because of the fact that they get to have something in them as well. Because let's be real, if they didn't have something in them, I feel like people would be very pissed.
Also, what do you have to send me, Artemis? What are you oying at me?
Oi. Yeah. So what did meat sauce all typically have? Classic noodles. They suck up the meat sauce better. I tend to go spiral of the various shapes. Works with the largest range of sauces, and it's really good for the pasta bake. Spiral is good. Oh, Artemis is Italian. That's it. Yeah, that's what you wanted to share. This snap has some Italian ties. They hit you with the hit you with the
She's
fingers.
A fucking Guido. She's a Guido.
I can't do the tracking with the fingers well in this, but just imagine.
His fingers are too buff. He can't forget about it.
He can't forget about it.
And forget about it.
Forget about it.
Forget about it.
The Italian. So yeah, it's when you have like the thumb going between the index and middle finger. It's just like forget about it. All right, forget about it. We're talking to Lumul. Why, if it isn't our new friends, thanks again for making short work of our foes. If you've gone to the trouble of seeking me out, I can only assume it's for good reason. You want to help me? Odd, but I'll consider it. Before anything else,
That
though,
sounds like a South Park character.
I must insist you drink our signature remedy, Sleepless Rhapsody. Everyone's a fan. You may find it the teensiest touch too sour for your taste, but it'll set you all right. Just tip it down your throat. Is he just giving us cough medicine?
Probably like 5-hour energy.
Where are they? Here it is. Ding. Oh my god, Grahatia's drinking as well. I can't wait for Grahatia's reaction.
Drink 5-hour energy. Drink 5-hour energy.
Well, what do you think? It's a traditional Malala recipe.
Oh, I almost got his accent.
He's a
by
fucking
accident.
scouser.
Refreshing.
Shower.
Shower. Delicious. Shower.
Grant, let me do the fucking voice for him.
You're
I'm
gonna...
a pretty good fucking scouser.
That right? Don't worry, the tingling means it's working.
I'm put in mind of the gelatin I had at the studium. Nutritious, they assured me.
I can relate all too well.
Oh, listen to these two bookworms being like, oh, it's worse than the nutrients.
Used to make black as pitch and sour as sin. Though there's no better cure for fatigue.
It's funny that he says sour is sin, because he was fighting sin eaters.
Yeah.
Going to bed at a reasonable hour would be the best cure. Oh, that's... I do feel shockingly refreshed.
Oh my god, are they all, like, you know, awake for hours on end?
Body's ability to process ether and hastens regenerative functions.
Bro, you can't say shockingly refreshed in a place like this.
It also of excess lightning and helps to calm the nerves besides.
Which is why you serve it whenever there's a breach in the barrier.
Our Malala ancestors came from the lushest of lands, so they developed all sorts of natural remedies. We strive to carry on their traditions. And I'm sure you see why. Really hits the spot, doesn't it? Now, welcome to Treno.
He looks like a firefighter. Like a really small firefighter. Alright, you wanted to do the voice for Lumol, then, Cap?
Yeah, I want to be the bloody scouser. I forgot to introduce myself, didn't I? Well, I'm Lamul. That was me announcing our victory earlier. And since my grandmother sent ya to help with repairs, you'll know I'm her grandson. I'm in charge of resolving any of the problems you people in the Treno have. My favourite kinds of work include taste testing menu items, carrying medium-sized objects, searching for lost possessions of immense value. Oh, and it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Oh, I
went a bit Scott there.
Yeah. It's gonna be really funny because it's like you're doing this Scouse accent and such like that. You're currently on your the what's-a-mahoozy, the HRT booby medicine stuff, and it's like voice training. Nah, we're gonna do a Scouse accent so deep.
To be fair, all the good voices to impress upon are fucking male voices.
I remember someone did. I think. Oh, what was her name? It's like Sino or Shillelagh or there's a bat. There's an Australian bat on Twitter, and the thing is that she like did this tweet. It's like it's so sad to hear all the Australian transfers after voice training because all their voices are following American accents. And they lose the Australian accent. Like we need more Australian voice trainers.
I'm gonna be a fucking baritone woman. I'm gonna sound like Dr. Girlfriend.
Umol is not yet ready to release you to the sweet meditations of manual labor. Oh joy.
Ah yes, repairs. Are you certain you want to be put to work? You come all the way out here to visit us. You must have more important things in mind. And you've already helped me protect the city.
Actually, our goal was to ascertain the present state of the Mist Continent.
The whole continent? Did you come from across the sea? You're bloody insane.
Not exactly. We've actually come from Alexandria.
Alexandria? You're quite sure? No, sorry. Of course you're sure. It'd be rude of me to doubt you. It's not every day we get visitors, let alone from our nation that top and vanished.
I know that it must come as something of a shock, but this is our first time in Treno, and we should like to get to know the city and its people. That is why we propose lending a hand to those in need.
I see. In that case, why don't you help distribute this remedy to the rest of our people? Ordinarily, everyone would have already come for a cup, but the fiends made quite a mess this time. Might be a while before some can come and get a step away from the work. Never fear. Even if their hands are busy, I'll be more than happy to spare a few words for the fascinating folk from afar.
We would appreciate that. Thank you, Lumol.
Right you would. You'd be doing me a fucking favour. Honestly, take the batch. You batch.
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 Batch! I'll deliver some to Town Hall, so you can attend the areas you haven't seen yet. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba.
If we split up...
Crazy how you're doing the girl, I'm doing the fucking scouser.
The roles we find ourselves in on this stream.
Yeah.
If we split up...
Like a cheese and bacon roll?
Yeah. If we split
Hell
up,
yes.
we can spend more time speaking with the locals while ensuring everyone receives the remedy promptly. Could you even take a portion? Rest assured that I can handle pouring liquid into a cup. Thank you, Porking King, for the clip. I greatly appreciate it. I too shall be glad to dole out a few servings. Wonderful. Let me divide this up. Grant, why don't you make rounds to southern parts of the city? Raha and I shall tend to the north. Right! Let's go and acquire some insights. Final Fantasy
I'll be getting our
gaming?
insights.
Yes! Yes, Degenerate. We are going through some Final Fantasy gaming because I am currently an entire patch behind everyone else. And we are going to have, you know, the new patch release in like 2 days. So I probably need to get back into playing some Final Fantasy XIV on the regular. You must be one of those visitors Lumel mentioned. Odd place to be visiting, though.
It's me, Ringo Starr. I'd like a cup of Dauntless Rhapsody.
Oh, you've come to deliver the remedy. Thank you kindly. I was holding beast carcasses in for processing and chopped a good dose of discharged energy for my troubles. It brought me on living sickness something fierce. Still, we don't go hunting outside the barrier, so we don't want to waste any part of the creatures that find their way in. Pelts that are highly charged with leather aether are the most valuable, of course. Tan them with the right stuff, and you can turn them into protective clothing that helps you from getting zapped. The beasts you felled will all be put to good use. Thanks again. P.S. Sorry for the late arrival of this letter. You remember that episode where, like, Marge Simpson was, like, you know, did painting and such, and Ringo Starr's, like, going through all his, letters one by one? And he just, and he ends it with, P.S. Sorry for the late reply.
I fucking love Ringo.
So great. Did not progress to...
I am Ringo.
Yeah.
They put me on the, they put me into the funny show.
They put me in the funny
They put
show?
me in Thomas the Tank Engine. You know.
You're that mighty monster Slayer I saw earlier. It's an honor. Hey, Snap. Snep stole my shirt again. I'm gonna need that shirt back. You can't keep stealing just to show the titties. And you've brought Sleepless Rhapsody. Bless you. I'm dead on my feet after that battle. We don't usually have that many beasts breaking through at once. Practice keeps one's skills sharp, though, so in a way I'm glad for it, and I learned a thing or two from watching you. Oh, I can hardly wait to get to work on my grimoire. I have a number of ideas for improved geometries. The thoughtful application of new learning is what keeps our ancestors' magic alive and flourishing. What if you're stealing for shenanigans? You're stealing to just see pecs. That's what you've been doing. I've been sharing you cool memes and what have you, and maybe a few titties here and there, and you're like, why is Grant teasing me with titties? I'm gonna steal his shirt. I can do both. Cool.
All right, let me do this one. I do love being an inspector. Here's a fresh face if I ever saw one. And what's that in your hand? Oi, oi, oi. Homelander done killed me wife and took me bloody son. Womp womp. Oh, don't mind if I do. Safety inspections take priority. But the battle doesn't feel over until I've had a cup and a Sleepless Rhapsody. Proud to say that I have some small part in preparing it too. The herbs come from my very own growery. One of the greatest discoveries of our time is the seeds carried in the invading creatures can be cultivated into mere remarkable plants. Plants with the potential to mitigate the lightning's effects. And with many hides as we have this time, not to mention stomachs, it's entirely possible we'll find new varieties of herbs in our harvest.
Nice. Great work, Cap. I appreciate you laying your VA skills to me.
I love VAing.
Oh, Cap, Artemis has shared me a link. Hang on, what did you send me? Ah, they sent me a Woolies page for the Vita Smart Fiber Dinosaur Pasta.
Gonna go down to Woolies.
I'll
gonna go down to Woolies.
Did you hear how apparently Costco is going to be doing like a major like expansion in Australia? Like they're going to be opening up like several stores and what have you?
Yeah, that's pretty neat.
Yeah.
We have a hot Costco like an hour away from where I am, but like, who doesn't love a fucking Costco?
Yeah, there's a Costco in North Lakes, I know at least. There's a Costco over there because North Lakes was like a new development kind of area, so like they've been expanding upon that ever since like the 2000s, and it's been going kind of gangbusters ever since 2015.
I used to work there.
You used to work in North Lakes? Damn.
Yeah, it was hell to try and get there, but I actually worked at that Costco.
Oh, holy shit! Nice.
Oh, we got royalty here.
No.
Royalty. Good
the...
Costco royalty here. Someone that's able to work outside of the Coles Woolies mega corporation by working for a different mega corporation.
$50 hot dog is good by me.
Yes, that's actually where I was. I was in the cafeteria area, and
oh, Godspeed.
I learned very quickly how disgusting people are when they eat. Because cleaning up after that, Jesus Christ.
I'm just imagining Vel just behind the stands, like barely keeping an eye on the hot dogs and just seeing like the Australian like equivalent of a fat American just eating a hot dog weirdly because they're not used to like, you know, the length or something like that.
They're not used to giant glizzies.
Yeah. Between the three of us, we ought to have covered every area aside from Lemol's. One of the people I spoke with asked me to pass something along to him, but he hasn't returned yet. In the meantime, shall we discuss what we've learned? I'm going to take this opportunity while there's hang on.
Fascinating. I appreciate your thoroughness in recounting the details.
Okay, cool. So it is pause when there's an advertisement going for like a minute. I need to go to the bathroom real quick.
pisser.
I didn't hate working at Costco. It's just, learning just how disgusting people were. It was. I've always been frantic about cleaning up after myself, so seeing the polar opposite is just a big tonal shift.
Mm.
But that being said, their pizzas that they serve, they are made so fresh, and they are so big and so good.
Oh my god, the pizza. The pizza.
Incredible. And the
God
people
bless
that
the
I
pizza.
worked with, I only remember a few of the ladies, but they were so wonderful. It was such a nice environment, just from the co-worker standpoint. As much as I'm just not a person for Costco, I get why people like it there. Although, if I could get a bucket of Nutella from them, I probably would.
Hell yeah.
What I'm curious about with Costco, especially because of the whole, like, you know, trying to do a hyper expansion into Australia, is I wonder...
Hyper expansion, you say?
The fact that they're, like, trying to, like, you know, break into the Australian market more, I'm curious, like, how much of them is, like, their own, like, supply lines and what have you, because in Australia, like, you know, we have, like, the major supermarkets, and yes, technically there is competitors like the IGA and Aldi's, but they're competitors that pale in comparison, because Coles and Woolies basically have contracts and businesses that are, you know, working from farm to table, basically. Like, either Coles or Woolies are managing the transportation, like the contract with the farmers, and they are the ones that get, you know, wholesale from the farmer into their factories for whatever processing or later distribution, and then it gets to the grocery stores, and even the deliveries, like Milk Run, for instance, that's just run by Woolies. So, like, there isn't really that much, you know, like, third partying going off in Coles or Woolies. It's just quite simply, it's Coles and Woolies by another name. It's like learning when Kmart and Target are owned by the same company. It's not really a competition if they have the same parent. Damn, I should have waited until now to steal the shirt. You're all good. That's got nothing on government functions at the art gallery. Wait, I'm missing some messages. I can check on old people I knew when I worked there many pounds and years ago. They typically knew ongoing updates. Does working with Lego count? Always get so sad with the amount of food that gets thrown away each day that don't get sold rather than donate the other. I think that's more of a huge US problem, isn't it? Like, you know, food getting...
Oh, no, it happens in Australia
That
as well.
happens in Australia as well? Damn. Co-workers at Costco were very connected, and if any BS happened come across, they were understanding for new employees and would speak up for good people against supervisors who didn't know what they were doing during swing shifts and closing. And then Tabitha writes, Hungry Jacks. Morning shift was mostly old folks who wanted a job to socialize. You miss Kmart. It's artificial competition to avoid monopoly clauses. The disgust at people around food is to what I am referring. Oh. Okay.
Man,
So
I kill for some Hungry Jacks. I fucking love Hungry Jacks.
I'm sitting at my computer, and Velk's in the chat. Cookie for Poor King. Here's your cookie, Poor King. And, like, we go through, like, big tacos, which make me feel like going for burritos, which I didn't do. And then at a later time, there was some other meal to go for, which thankfully I didn't go for. No, we're not skipping cutscene. I just wanted to pause it while I was going through the cookie. Oh, god fucking damn it, I accidentally clicked.
Malala's curative magics appear identical to Spheen's. This means that either her tutor was a Malala as well, or that the art had spread all throughout the Ninth.
Most likely the former rather than the latter rather than the former.
Which are highly reminiscent of Arcanima. If these elements indeed originated with the arcane geometries of the South Sea Isles, as in the source, 'tis curious that they have developed in so similar a manner on this shard.
Mind you don't share that with any other graduates of the Faculty of the Arcane, lest they beat you to publication.
Did you learn aught of note, Raha?
Make the hair blonde, put on a dark black sunnies and black shirt, and the Zeebs can be Johnny Bravo? Yeah.
I think we got your Halloween costume.
Yeah.
Ow! I meant to do that. Ow!
I have that as a soundbite. But yeah, if I was cleverer with my 3D modeling and such like that, I would definitely try and do like a wig or something like that of Johnny Bravo. Would be good. Because he's like a classic himboist and shit.
And here's the question.
Unfortunately,
will you wear wigs?
Will you wear wigs? Have you worn wigs?
When will you wear wigs?
Neon, hi, welcome. It's been a long time. Hi there, Neon Shark Boy. Welcome, welcome. I recognize that name. That's a thick boy. The demon has been summoned. Oh yeah, you've gone through a redesign, so you're now a shark demon.
Check out my pecs, little man.
Yeah.
Wait, no.
Go.
That sounds gross.
Huh?
He's a shaman.
Everyone we've spoken with seems undaunted by these hardships. They are not.
You tried.
They are happy.
You tried. You could have gone with the shark. Or
there is hope. And when one believes in a better future, a tomorrow even the slightest bit brighter than today, there is naught to be done but build it.
You're like the only person awake on both Discord and Twitch, and I'm all alone on my own. Oh no. This is the problem with time zones. Is like, right now I'm only encroaching into my evening of like 8:30 p.m. Hence why I have all these Americans or all these Australian friends in my VC, my moderators Velk and Cap, and then meanwhile chat is filled with the Americans that are dead tired.
Speaking of dead tired.
You're dead tired?
No, this guy.
Oh no.
I've dropped something and now I can't find it anywhere. I'm doomed.
Oh, is it this by chance? While I was distributing the remedy, I was asked to pass it along to you.
It looks like the Omnitrix from
Dragon
Ben
Raider.
10.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, I can say that.
I'm not doomed.
God damn.
Great to see you. Also, you're
He
way
picked
too
the
late
fucking
with
mic.
noticing I've been a demon. It's been like a year or more. Yeah, okay, yes, but I haven't talked with you for like since last year or later.
Picks up on the ether of the creatures that get through the barrier.
Explains how you knew when they'd been vanquished.
So yeah, it's been a hot minute, Neon Shark Boy.
But I can switch it on like so.
You work a lot. I barely even been on VR too. Damn. The troubles of his device is broken, isn't it? We're just.
I like how she's still wearing her USB earring.
Yep, it broke. Almost like once or twice a month. Ah, yeah, okay. We need to catch you up on like some of the highlights, Neon Shark Boy. Number one, I have not played Final Fantasy in like the last.
How'd you like to meet my sister Ayane?
Ooh, you got a sister. Anyway, to catch you up real quickly, I haven't played Final Fantasy XIV in like 7 months. I've moved apartments, so now I'm in a more of a living room kind of space for my streaming PC, which means I have a little more space for VR without feeling like I'm going to bump into a wall, which is kind of nice, but I've not been going onto VR all that often. I've got a girlfriend now. Her name is Artemis. She's a wonderful, wonderful snap. And any other major? I went to Dallas, Texas this year. It was real fun. Met up with the unnamed Jean. Hi, that's Artemis. I love her. Cutscene? No. I just need to wait for this thing to click in. There we go.
I take it she also built that device.
That's actually new to me? What? Porking? You didn't. What part didn't you know?
Sister, she's a genius. Everyone says
I don't Final the Fantasy either. I never did, nor will, though still nice. Gosh, real neat news from I see. Yeah.
Wouldn't it be interesting to watch?
You didn't. Oh my god. Porking King didn't know. They didn't know I had a girlfriend at this point. I'm probably gonna have to mention it like several times on like stream and such like that of like, yes, I have a girlfriend. Her name is Artemis Snap. And it's gonna disappoint so many of like the regular viewers. And then there's gonna be all these new viewers that see only the himbo zebra thinking that he's like bisexual or gay. And then they're gonna be like, he has a girlfriend. And they're like, what? How lovely.
Hello.
I shall feed on their disappointment. Yeah.
I'm in a Cult Crescent and I have no idea what the fuck I am doing.
Bam. Lumel is vibrating with nervous energy. Oh, this is your character, isn't it?
All right. At the moment, Iania should be just waiting past that park. Let's be off then, before anyone changes their mind.
Also been having love expansion on my end, too. I have, in fact, 2 sweet, lovely boyfriends. Wait! Hold on.
Your mom lets you have 2 boyfriends?
What? Your mom lets you have 2 boyfriends? Cap, what?
You haven't seen your mom lets you have 2 hot dogs?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yep. That makes sense now. Oh, I need to go this way? Hang on. Yep.
Is it?
AO, poly update for Neil. The gay love big men, but forget big men can also love beautiful ladies with assets. Yep. Sometimes big men forget that big men also love women.
Yeah, it's... Gee, Bill, how come your mom lets you eat 2 wieners?
You did a wonderful job keeping that concealed or just disclosed to certain parties. Yeah, so concealed until you're... So yeah, so the way it was is that, like, Artemis and I, like, we met each other last year, actually, but we officially became an item in... I would say January. We became an item in January. We actually like had a little chat and we figured out what our labels were and such like that and what this relationship was. And, you know, it's still been, it's been very, very lovely, like, you know, getting some one-on-one times here and there. I'm personally a fan of the quiet moments we get to have. And yeah, so we were a thing. We were a couple since January officially, but you didn't get the name Artemis until, I want to say, March? I think it was March. I think the first announce was during a stream I didn't see you on. There was a number of them I didn't see you on. Yeah. Everyone loves the bouncy now and then. Everyone loves the bouncy.
People do love the bouncy.
It's, brought me soup and ice cream while I'm in recovery from Yes, March. Nice. But yeah, that's what I did the other week. I got my girlfriend soup. And we sorted Pokemon cards.
Sisters, thanks for lending a hand earlier, but what brings you here?
Has my fucking brother been a little punk?
So a shark, a short bimboy shark demon, and 2 big muscular daddies. That's your relationship. Damn.
Lucky.
Lucky. You get two boyfriends.
You know that advanced monster tracking what's it? It may be a teeny tiny bit.
Oh, she's gonna punch him. I can.
You broke it again? How many times must I tell you that we're running low on electrope? I'm an engineer, not
Hi, Goldie.
a worker.
He's gonna cry.
That's some sibling
Oh, he's gonna
energy.
do the
Yeah.
bow. He's gonna do the bow. He's gonna do the.
Mega kowtow.
I'm on my knees and everything, see?
Being around.
They're
the
getting really Mandeville with the patch cutscenes.
Sucker.
And since we have guests, can't you let it slide? Just this once?
Trying to remember if.
He dragged you here just so I wouldn't tan his hide, didn't he? You'd never believe he's the elder sibling. I'm so sorry.
It's very yummy soup.
We're glad for the opportunity.
Called the doctor.
And Lummel mentioned that you might have some work we could assist with.
Have you seen my more recent look of your boy? The white jacket. It rings a bell? I think I have?
We asked to help that we might
'Cause-
learn what life is like in Trent.
Yeah, I think I have.
Tell us more of how
I think I've seen the white jacket. I think it's on like the Twitters or something like that, I imagine.
If that's the way of it, then I'd be happy to share what I know.
When you spoke earlier, it sounded as if Treno had little electrope to spare. It's difficult to procure, I take it.
We never have as much as we need. And much of what we do have is repurposed. You'll find me digging through the scrap heap whenever some vital device or another breaks down. Repairing that old barrier should be our highest priority. But we just don't have enough electrope on hand to do a proper job.
And the longer we go without access to the mine, the worse it'll get. If only we could scare those beasts away.
Feel free to drop it in the Twitch channel. I don't have a thing to like instant block people when they drop links. I'm not one of those peeps where it's just like you can't share anything in my Twitch. So I have enough moderators, and what's more is I don't have that much activity going off in the chat where I like if there is a link that gets dropped that I don't have like a quick like 5 or 30 seconds to like look at it and see, oh, there's like a little thingamadiggy that is not okay, and then just deleting or anything like that. Because also, I like when people post Twitch clips in the chat. So if I block links in the channel, then it stops that. So yeah. And took care of the beasts in one fell swoop. So I can send it here? Yeah.
Just the one.
So long as it's, you're not showing a penis or anything like that. But let's see. Yeah, it's
Penis
fine.
is allowed.
It's fine. You're dressed. So.
Are we sure?
Well, it's true. It's one of. It's bulge though.
Leave the mine to your big brother. All you have to do is fix the track.
Are you sure?
Yes, very well.
Are you-
If you go, do be careful.
No, that is not fine. Ah, okay. Let me do a.
It's all coming together.
I'll do a quick. I'll do a quick zap then. So sorry.
Though we've cleared the mine, there is no telling what else waits outside the barrier.
Yeah. I forgot. Not everyone has gone through the age restriction thingy-majiggy on Twitter like Australia has.
As we did pass through but recently.
So basically, like, if there's any whiff of not safe for work on an image or video,
Oh, I found a
or...
workaround, by the way.
You have a workaround for that?
Yeah.
Is it called a VPN?
No, it's actually an extension.
Oh, interesting. I didn't realize
You
it was
use GX, right?
there's FX and all that kind of nonsense. No, but what I mean is when you're while you're on the Twitter feed.
Yeah, I mean, like, you use Opera GX, right?
Not look, I have my own method, so it's fine. I've just gone with like a VPN method. I'm able to manage my own network in my apartment. So one of the things I've done is I've created a VPN tunnel on my router. So any device that is connected on my network, certain addresses go through the VPN instead of going through the normal channel. So
it's quite impressive.
Yeah. This is there's nerdy shit in my head.
God damn it, I'm trying to get to a sightseeing vista in Tuliolel, and I just gotta play some fucking Leap of Faith here.
Gasp. Wait, do you want to do a nay?
Oh, gasp! I entirely forgot to ask you your names. Forgive me.
I am Krill, and this is Grant.
Did you call it Krill?
Cryo. Sorry.
I am what whales eat.
Accompanying Lumal is Grahatia, our own technology enthusiast.
It's lovely to meet you. It feels strange putting you to work, but I'd be lying if I said we don't need the help.
In the wake of an event... Hang on a second. Dink. Donk. Bam. Boom. In the wake of an event like this, I presume a great deal of labor is required to restore everything to working order.
You ain't know the fucking half of it. The volume of fixes that need making is one matter. I could handle it if it weren't for these legs of mine. The paralysis flares up at the worst times, I swear. I need fucking robot legs.
Could you imagine a Lalafell in robot legs, but they were human portioned legs?
Yeah.
I can manage a bit of stuff shuffling from one station to another on a good day, but I usually leave racing around the city to me brother. With him off to the mine though, someone else has to take care of the lightning sprites and make sure they're drawn to the discharged aether of slain creatures. I'd offer you the detector to make tracking them down easier, but seeing as Lummel has managed to break it fucking again. I do add this though. Toss it some sprites, and you can have this, and you can suppress its ability to sense aether nearby. Usually gets them wandering out of the city and towards more fertile ground.
Cool. So, we needn't fight them? Why is there 100% fish-free microprice? Oh, that's Velk! Because, like, Velk's favorite character is a character named Arak in Final Fantasy XII or something like that, a Hrothgar, but...
Wrong. There was so many wrong things there that you... Let's go back. My favorite character in Final Fantasy X was Kimari, because he was the most human acting character there, and the most sensible.
Right.
Which is crazy, because he's a beast man.
Yeah, weird. I used to play a Ronso in 14, but the amount of furries, let's put it like that, that hit on me, despite the fact that I am not into that, and not one of you, I guess, made me swap
This
off.
stain on your tongue.
Yes. No, thank you. So, Arak is my D&D character.
Ah. But yeah, no, there are no questions raised on that, really, where it's just sort of like, Like, yeah, you were a Rothgar in the Final Fantasy XIVs because it was cool and shit like that. But then furries just
it
couldn't
matched the D&D character.
Yeah, but like, you know, furries and just general Final Fantasy peeps were just fucking weird, and so it was.
Very.
Sorry.
Very. Like, one of the things that off the top of my head was entering a dungeon and reading Hroth Daddy Uwu, and I changed the day after that.
Yeah, valid.
Damn, why didn't I get the fucking freaks like that?
You can have them, I promise.
Maybe it's one of those
Man, but
cases
all
of the Venn diagram of like, because I know this is joked about in the furry, like within furry circles and such like that. So I don't know how much of this is just, oh, we're laughing at it, but it's so much worse. But women do not get they are not positively received in the furry circle sometimes.
No, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, even like cisgendered women, most particularly for whatever reason. I've seen it pop up in like some like, you know, tweets and TikToks where it's just sort of like, oh, like here's a furry, and then they learn it's like, you know, cisgendered woman, and they're just sort of like, it's like, and for whatever reason, and that's like, I feel like this is one of those, this gets thrown into the same, like, you know, cubicle that I've talked about in the past with Blue, which is the furry fandom does not understand whether it wants to be a, you know, age-restricted fandom where everyone has already done the social contract properly and such, and we don't need to train people, and we would much rather just kick people out for the faux pas and such, or if it's going to be a budding fandom.
Faux pas.
I'm gonna hit you.
Get it? Like hand paws, feet paws.
Or whether it's going
Ow.
to be a budding fandom where it's going to invite people in and have them like get the social training and what have you. So then that way, if there is a faux pas, it's not, you know, a breaking the camel's back kind of thing. Instead, it's like a, you know, let's say, for example, you got a circle of friends and one of them does like, not a red flag, but they do like a, excuse me while I scream for a while for that. Yeah, look what you've done.
It was good. It was good.
So yeah. But yeah, so that's rant about the furry fan. I should have like a little chart about like rants about the furry fandom and the social contract and its, or, you know, the lack of social contract followed.
Welcome back.
Oh.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall, I 100% understand Velk, and I stand behind your decisions, because, like, quite frankly, it's not okay, and yeah, I would much rather be friends with, you know, yourself than those that would, you know, have the front of like, oh, the Hrothgar is sexy and shit like that. So.
Thank you. Yeah, it sucks, but it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's
made me feel bad. I'm gay and like that. It's okay. Not trying to like poke at gays or anything like that. But the point is that the fandom, like on individual level, you can have good and bad people. It's just there is a. It's hard to describe the systemic problem in the furry fandom because it's not like a standard, you know, system. Tone down the thirst. Yes.
100% that.
Yeah. Furry fandom mostly gay men. Fur cons generally mostly gay men. Lol. Yeah.
Like my FC leader, she's lovely, wonderful person. Even she said, "Wow, I don't even get disgusting DMs like this." It's crazy. But anyway, let's continue on. I don't want to sidetrack us.
All good. All good. Cap?
Oh, fucking sorry. I was busy looking for side quests.
For the same reason, I recommend you stick to thoroughfares that allow you to spot them well in advance. Hate for you to be injured while you're helping us. Don't worry, we're fucking invincible.
Understood. I am currently walking beside the reincarnation of a literal god.
Technically, we're all reincarnations of literal gods, but this one...
This one more connected.
He was on the council.
We'll want to split up again to cover more ground. Are you ready to go?
Look at those shadows. Look at that cast shadow. That's good. That's good.
Good shadows. Like, I'm not
Good
too sure how I
shadows.
feel about, like, the shadow being a hard line, but I love how it's, you know, wobbling with the, like, it does a little bit of a wobble with the texture below.
Good shadows. Good shadows.
Good shadows. So... Oh, yeah. Bam. Boom. Though you scan the area thoroughly, you see no lightning sprites. But yeah, I've gone and, like, because of we got a Fantasia for the Dawn Trail update because they were doing a graphical update. I've actually, like, gone through, like, the benchmark software and created, like, different characters. So, like, I've gone and created, like, you know, basically what this character would look like with you know, as a Highlander, as a Rogadin, as an Eslian, as a, you know, as a Mikote, and yada yada yada. I've done, like, different, like, character thingamadiggies and save the data. So at some point, if the Viera look doesn't agree with me, which, you know, was kind of like a bit of a meh or nah because of the hats, I would probably, like, change again. I think I have, like, 2 Fantasias now. Yeah, I've got
Why
2.
does your sunglasses make you look like the Chosen?
Do you know what the Do you know what the NBA is? Yeah, it sounds like the women's NBA, but it's all dudes. God, I love Smosh.
How interesting.
I love how there's, like, a little thing in the Smosh community where they want Shane. He could play Booster Gold in DC. Like, I like how that's just, like, a little push.
Imagine if Booster Gold, like, has, like, a post-credit scene in, like, the Supergirl movie or something, and it's just Shane walking in the Booster Gold costume, and it's just Beedo.
Would be good. I'm kind of fine with, like, the post-credit scenes that we've been getting so far from the DC not being oh, here's a leak to the next IP. It's more being a case of just, like, the purpose that filler episodes and TV shows gave back when you got 24 episodes a season rather than just 10 or 12, which is just character moments.
I miss filler episodes.
Oh, as do I. Like, and the reason why they've gone away is not because, oh, we're binge watching and such like that. Like all things with creativity, if you ever wonder why creativity is being, like, you know, going down the tube on, like, major, like, you know, capitalist-driven platforms, it's because of capitalism. The goalpost has been altered. They've been wanting... Oh, look at this little boy. Oh, he disappeared. So, because, like, we've heard this enough times now where it's a mixture of things where, so for instance, Netflix asks for less episodes, and they also have the writing change in a fashion where, oh, the TV show you are going to present to us is not going to be a main TV show thing. It's instead going to be a second screen viewing and such, and so the writing is going to reflect that change to how it's done. All right, let's see if this works. Nice. I like that I'm able to click into the thing here. That's like I like that quality of life. I went to refill my water, and the matriarch has a soap opera on the TV. I was out there as the older woman on the show was lamenting about losing every pageant she enters. Even a wet t-shirt she entered because she didn't know it was one held at a gay bar. Oh no. It's a shame.
If you don't mind, Grant, I'm going to copy the fuck out of your hotbar and HUD setup, because, man, that shit's good.
It's gonna be good until they release the new expansion where they decide to change the whole game. Oh, wrong direction.
Oh yeah, Cap. Have you seen the Bard changes?
The what?
Bard. Oh.
Oh, what happened to the bud? What's happening to the bud?
Hang on. Let me get the I've sent it to Velk, I believe. So
I don't think you did.
Later to deal.
You sent me the Dragoon ones, but not the Bard ones.
Oh
Also, Grant, would you be so kind as to send me a screenshot of your screen so I can see the high quality and just
I swear
just fully bar for bar.
Just bar for bar. There you go. So yeah,
like
so
to
it's
see
like
the
1
character
to
creation as well.
5, and then Q, and then I've done QWERTY, ding, and then equals. So that's how I've done it. And then second row goes control, and then it goes like control shift for like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where I think I'm probably gonna change that control shift into to being control Q, unless, hang on.
Oh, I meant like your whole like HUD, not just your hotbars.
Oh,
sorry. Should have specified.
There we go. So yeah, so like 7, 8, 9, 10, they're just like, you know, the singular row, and I think I accidentally made 8 like a faint lower. So
how'd you make 6 so many hotbars? Or is that like
so 6
a 4x3?
That's a 4x3. So there is like, I think there's like 3 here. So there's a 6, 5, 4. So I'm using like all 10 hotbars right now.
Got it.
Yeah. So I know Code sent me a TikTok about how someone was able to create like a dynamically changing hotbar. So they press a button that would reveal like hotbar 6 or something like that.
Oh yeah,
but hotbar 6
they
would
can
have...
do that, but they're like that's very annoying to set up.
Yeah, it is a pain and a
I had
half
it
because
before,
it's
it
a
sucks.
macro thing. I'm just hyped for the character creator expansion. Yeah, so they're doing more colors and such, so you'll naturally be able to do like green and such. Someone has already showed off like the potential of creating a Lalafell Yordle.
Oh my god.
Yeah, which, you know, that was bound to happen. What I think is really funny is I, like, someone was, like, doing a green, and I was like, oh, it's not going to take long before they do. And Velk and Code interrupted me thinking I was going to mention the Hulk. I was not thinking the Hulk. I was imagining, I was thinking that there was going to be, you know in Limsalo Minsa, how you just have, like, the Rogadens, like, just in a line or some bullshit? I imagined we were going to get Rogaden Shrek.
I like Rogan Shrek. That's a good idea.
Yeah, yeah. Ooh, I'm gonna go for Churrasco.
Cap, I sent you the Dragoon thing. They should be connected to that. I don't know Twitter very well though.
It's not an imagination. It's just the certainty of how the internet creates things, all right? When modifications or customizations come into play, you can be certain of 3 guarantees, all right? CJ, Thomas the Tank Engine, and Shrek. The Son, the Father, and the Holy Ghost.
That shit?
Sorry? Say that again, Cap?
You can just aim that shit now?
Oh, so the jumps.
Oh, okay.
It's the PvP Dragoon jump.
All right, hang on a sec. I'm going to need to open up the thingamadiggy so then people can understand the shit that we're talking about. So...
Reborn versus... Is this dude like... Oh! Oh my god. Oh my god.
This is what they're talking about. Is, let me see. Is it this one here?
Oh my god.
I think it's the second one.
Oh my god, it won't.
The aforementioned star
If I'm not signed, it won't, unless I'm signed in, it won't do the... This isn't...
Really?
Yeah.
Ew.
Yeah.
I don't use Twitter, so I don't know these
They've
things.
been in shitifying...
That's why I got the expansion.
They've been doing in shitification over, over this stuff.
Like, look up control panel for Twitter. That'll help you. Also, oh my god.
Thank you for the hyper himbo. I greatly appreciate it. It's gonna make voicing the Lalafels very different.
Am I gonna have to play with evolved mode? These are. Oh my god.
Evolved mode looks good.
Bard.
Hi there, Soylent
Yeah.
Orange.
Bard made me just immediately want to pick Bard up because oh my god.
I haven't seen the Bard changes.
Bard is here. Hang on a second. Let me just share them to Kat.
Oh my god.
There we go.
I'm just. Oh my god.
So, this is the stuff they're talking about.
And with the Wanderer's Minuet, which, after a combo, will unleash a devastating single strike.
But the video decides to have a frame buffering moment. So the idea is
the
that
songs are all
works similar
different
to
now.
PvP, where it will change the button prompt and such, but they've also made it so that depending on what you're targeting is situational as well. So they've shown off for the Dragoon, for the Bard, the White Mage, something called the Dragon
Paladin.
Knight, the Paladin. So yeah, they've done. Can't retire.
Is Warrior gonna get evolved actions?
Yeah, everyone gets evolved actions.
Oh my god.
That's the idea.
The Bard one, the thing that I'm most looking at is that they remade Repelling Shot.
Oh yeah. Final Fantasy XIV on the release of Evercold will make a Nintendo Switch 2 version.
So
Feel
for
free
Cap,
to call me Soy or Soylent if it's easier. Fair enough.
you know how Repelling Shot makes you jump away from the target?
Soylent.
Yeah.
Now it's if you use it and you're running in a direction, you jump in that direction while attacking. Like on Avant, but with an attack.
Yep.
Oh my god.
And if you don't want to move, don't move while you press the button. Yep.
I feel like this is exactly what you went through, but I haven't been watching the fucking streams. So, like, oh my god.
Right?
We
Oh
were
my
just
God.
watching these videos last night, Cap. While you were off elsewhere, we just like scoured over Twitter, seeing what like people's snippets of the fan fest and what have you. So,
Oh my fucking
but yeah, like Tabitha
God.
says, new jobs, including the coming soons, will only be in Evolved. Reborn mode is only for the jobs we have now. To add on to that, if you if you pick up the game after the expansion content and you go to the older jobs, so for instance, you started as a pugilist and you picked up the gladiator role and all that kind of nonsense, they're only going to show you the evolved option.
Oh, so they're just like fully switching up.
Yeah. If you've already picked up the jobs before the patch releases, then you can go between Reborn or Evolved. Hence why, one of the things I'm probably going to do is pick up the Sage, because I now have a healer at level 70, and then like try and go through the different DPSs and what have you, to a point where I can then pick up the Red Mage and the Pictomancer, Dancer, and yada yada yada.
Oh my god. Oh my
There's
god.
so much I need to go through. It is insane. Also, yes, Neon Shark Boy, my voice gets a little deeper because I am hyper himboed at this moment.
I'm.
Thank you very much.
I just sent you the Bard thing that I was talking about.
Oh yeah, no, Grant sent me it, and oh my god. I need a. Can I get a cigarette? Like, that
Yeah,
felt
I
like
just-
sex to watch.
I know, right?
Though there are several diminutive folk around, none appear to be Krill. None appear to be Kryl. Perhaps one of them
Both things
spotted
are
her
true.
passing through. The affable local. Oh my gosh, what is this going to sound like with the Lalafell?
That's gonna. Like, I'm never gonna play on cross hotbar out of principle. Like, just because I like keyboard. But like, my god, that's gonna make it so much easier.
You're
The Bard skills looks good. Anyway, sorry.
Sorry.
Continue.
You're looking a mite lost there, lad. Aught I can help with? Have you seen a woman in a yellow hood? I presume you mean Cryo. Had a grand old chat with her earlier. Not to mention, she saved my hide. Can't believe I missed that lightning sprite till it was right on top of me. It's thanks to her that I got out unscathed. Bit awkward striking up a conversation after that, and it'd been a while since I talked to anyone I hadn't known my whole life. She's a kind lass, good at putting folks at ease, like Miaoli. I quite enjoyed telling her about the city. When we were done chatting, she went off towards the canal, had a touch of melancholy about her though, and I wasn't sure why. Oh, I wonder if the living memory is going to be having built off of like existing places, so the canal is going to be looking very similar to what we saw in the living memory. Didn't think it was something I said, but I knew that if it was, saying more wouldn't help, so I let her go. I reckon she'd welcome the company of a good friend right now.
You know, I said this like 5 times, but oh my god.
Yep.
So yeah, the Final Fantasy enjoyers over here are just absolutely creaming their pants over the new combat.
That is the biggest understatement.
My ghasts are flabbered right now.
Bard looks fun to play. They made it fun.
Unbelievable.
Ah, were you looking for me?
Mm-hmm.
I only intended to sit down for a moment, but I must have lost track of time. Will you lend me your ear? The source and the knife. Someday I will have to decide which one to
Artemis says Cap's probably gone through enough nerdgasms to stun a large army for many months.
The thought has lingered like a...
Thank you
To
for
be
the
fair, I
head pats,
come
Jack.
that
I
much
appreciate it.
in general.
I've tried to ignore it. Remind myself that we have more important matters to contend with. But I cannot keep drifting between these worlds forever. When I first learned the truth of my past, I assumed it would have no bearing on my future. The source was my home, and the students of Baldessian my purpose. But after meeting my parents, it struck me that to simply choose the source would be to abandon them. And not only them, but a home I could have loved, had my life gone as it should have. That is why I had to learn more of this place, and the me I could have been. I feel even less certain than before. Though we are strangers to them, these people have welcomed us as if we are their own. It's like speaking with old friends. And knowing now the challenges they face, what would it say about me if I just left them behind and returned to the source? Is that who I was?
Darn, I'm no longer hyper himboed.
Or is this where I belong?
The very gonzo arc of her.
Well, this is normally the arc that people have as, like, you know, parents of expatriates and what have you. Especially those that don't have, like, a culture familiarity when like, they migrate from, like, one nation to another. So, I know there's, like, a lot of media out there that, like, you know, has people that are, like, for instance, what's the one? Kim's Convenience, for instance, where you have, like, you know, Korean Canadian over in Canada, where there's Korean in, like, still, like, culture and like upbringing involved with Kim, and so there's, like, you know, just trying to manage with both cultures, but that's not the same as what Kyle has had to deal with, which is very much the identity that she thought she had isn't even, like, the one she was like born with and such like that. And it's a bit of a it's a weird feeling to have, like,
I imagine that hits you quite hard.
For me, it does a little bit, quite very much so, because, like, moving around and such like that, like, we didn't really have a whole, like, yes, wherever we go, we bring our culture with us, because, you know, I am, like, American, Canadian, English, Australian. Like, the culture is this amalgamation.
We're white, we don't have culture.
That's the joke.
Tub of yogurt has more culture.
Yeah, true.
That's the joke. And it doesn't help that, like, you know, like,
yogurt
where
has more color than us.
Like, the places I've lived have been the Middle East and, like, a sort of expat when I was, like, way too young to know about, like, culture differences and such. And now I've lived in Australia for over half my life. I know there is a difference between the States and Australia, and what have you. But then there's, like, you know, contending with the fact that, like, depending on how much people know of my life, like, my past and such, there are some people that look to me and say, you're Australian. Like, just say you're Australian. And it's like, but that's not really true, because, like, sure, I was born here, and in less than a year, we were off to the Middle East, and I have been raised around American and Canadians, and by the time I got back to Australia, you know, I was already, like, you know, 10 years old or 9 or 10, and, you know, by that, like, there's
levels to this shit, player.
There is. Thank you for listening. I'm a little less afraid to face the answer now, whatever it may be. And when I find it, I hope you'll be there. But we've kept A&A waiting long enough. Let's hurry back. Yeah, how goes your adventure in the Final Fantasy? We are currently going through patch 7.4 because, you know, I had not played Final Fantasy XIV in 7 months, so I kind of need to get through it and such like that. Also, Artemis is really excited to see you because I'm, like, I've joked about this with Blue on another stream of theirs, but I'm pretty sure after we all met for Dreamworld and such like that, I think you're her favorite. I think you're her favorite.
Look at you guys having fun in Queensland while I have to sit in New South Wales and do jack fuck.
You're welcome to, you know, make arrangements to come up to Queensland for the next Furdo. Or we just come up with a different event entirely and just...
But the money.
The money, yes, exactly. So we then, you know, come up with a small circle of friends, and rather than spending heaps of money on rego and hotels and such like that at one time of the year, we coordinate and try and find one time of the year that's suitable for all of us.
I need to do like what you did, but like just like have a commission drive to go to a con.
Oh, that was done with other people and such. I think with me, I was very fortunate where I have the full-time job and such. But back to the point I was making is, like, furries can do this. You can organize to meet up with your friends, and it doesn't have to be during a furry convention or in a major tourist city. You can join up with your friends and split the cost on, like, an Airbnb or something like that, and that will probably be cheaper than each person spending money on registration to a con and concerned that I've been perceived. What? Wait, what do you mean concerned, Jack?
He doesn't want to be perceived.
They don't want to be perceived. They don't want to be they don't want to be seen. They don't want to be perceived. They don't want to be observed, I guess.
Does anyone?
I'm glad you're both back safe and oh, this is your line.
I'm glad you're both back safe and sound. Now, we can relax till my brother does the same, with your friend escorting him. He can't get himself into too much trouble. Unless he tumbles down the stairs again, I suppose. The fucking idiot.
Mm-mm.
The fucking Egypt.
What do you mean I'm liked? Oh, more than liked. I'm pretty sure top of the list.
All seem to be designed for Milala. Is there a reason that those in the center of the city are so much larger?
Oh yes. The center is the oldest part of Treno, built by the Hewn and the Eldite before the Milala came.
So Treno predates the Milala's arrival?
Bean to bean yapping.
Kind enough to take our ancestors in, and gave them leave to establish their own residential quarter.
Yet I have seen naught but Milala since we came to the city. Where did the other peoples go?
Alexandria. In the closing days of the Storm Surge, when death and destruction were everywhere, they believed it would be safer. Treno didn't have a barrier at first, you see. But one of our industrious brethren had served as tutor in the royal household, and returned to us with knowledge of the barrier's design. It's thanks to him that the city survives to this day.
Neat.
Might I ask a more personal question? We previously uncovered some records pertaining to the Milala's past. In them, it was written that the Milala left their paradise of eternal summer when a great calamity froze their isles. Understandably, all were not content to leave their homeland behind. Some attempted to return using the same power that had brought them here, but they found the way closed to them. Never again has the golden path opened that allowed their ancestors to flee to safety.
Okay.
Tell me.
I don't care what gender you are. Put on the maid outfit.
If you were to find the Milala homeland restored to its former glory, would you go back?
I'd certainly like to see that paradise of eternal summer for myself. Who wouldn't?
Okay. I don't know if this was meant to be on purpose, but did anyone get like a little under like I don't think they're alluding to this, but there was a part of me that was like this hypothetical they presented of like, oh, you know, if your people who had not lived in their homeland for like, you know, however fucking long could suddenly go back, would you? Is a very interesting like hypothetical question to ask, because it feels very similar to like in our modern day where it's just like, oh, if you could go back to Israel, would you? Am I the only one that got that?
That's the country you choose for this analogy.
That's the one that popped into my head.
Wild.
Look.
Oh wait, no. Never mind. I know what you mean.
Yeah. Because the thing is that they've been gone. They have not been. I thought you were going to say Garlemald. No, Garlemald is a nation that has like been.
Because I don't know what I just said.
Garlemald's fictional.
Garlemald's fictional. It's just the. This is a wild hypothetical to give to someone who, let's be frank, they probably have no idea about their homeland or anything like that. This is probably their first time that they're being told about, like, you know, like, oh, we came from an area of like eternal summer, but then our ancestors left it because of, you know, an ice age and such, and we were no longer able to go back and such like that. But, you know, would we? And like this raises, like, that hypothetical has the straw man of, you know, the ultimatum of, do you go back there or do you stay here? Which, you know, is a fallacy. Just because you're wanting to visit, or just because you want to go there, doesn't mean you have to leave your current place. Like, you can observe at best. That's just what's popping up in my head.
But it wouldn't be going back. After all, my one and only home is here.
Garlean people were originally from the south of Ilzabard, but they were driven away to the north.
Beautiful.
Ah, I didn't know that about Garlemald. I honestly just thought Garlemald was just like the fantasy Russia, where it just, you know, it just kept having, like, you know, empire rise and fall within it, and then expansionism popped in.
Oh, life. Flourish on this faraway shore.
So
Unfurl your fragile petals with fear.
it was explained back in Endwalker. Ah.
Shelter from darkest storm, and here bloom, hand in hand.
Yeah, sure. It was probably a wild leap, but I don't know. There was just something about the way she was, like, you know, putting in like the groundwork, and then leads to the question of, oh, would you like to go back to your homeland? And it's just like, what do you mean? Like,
no matter what comes or how hard it gets, we'll choose joy over fear and stand together. There's nowhere else I'd rather be.
so whether or not, like, you know, the writer was intending for that kind of undertone is, you know, irrelevant.
Perhaps it really is as simple as listening to your heart.
But yeah, it sounds like, although, yeah, the more obvious answer is Kryle's asking this question because she's, you know, got that question in her head as well of, you know, she has the opportunity to come back here to the 9th. Because, like, you know, she can either be in Alexandria or here in Tenno. And she's wondering, it's like, is this worth doing? Because, you know, so that would have been a much easier. But I don't know why my brain did that leap. Heaven's Eye, Savage. It does that. It will do some real crazy bullshit. Earlier, you said that your brother couldn't get into too much trouble if he was with Raha. But how much trouble is that precisely? One would think they ought to have returned by now. Conversely, I hadn't expected to see the two of you again so soon. I take it Miali's curiosity is sated? For the moment. I gave her a brief account of the situation in Alexandria, as well as events involving the key.
She was most interested in the letter.
Yep.
In the latter. In fact, it seems she knew of the relic long before we did, and wishes to discuss it with everyone. Would you be able to join us?
I should love to go straight away, but we are awaiting Raha's return.
As we speak, Miali herself is making her rounds through the city. We have time. Oh, I gotta tell you that, son. There's this nerd shop near where I live. It had a copy of the fucking Magic of the Gathering Ishtola fucking commander deck.
Oh.
But I passed by it when I was like low on coins, so I was like, fuck. I want it, but I haven't played Magic in so long, and also, fuck.
We're back! The mine is in working order, I'm pleased to say. Electrope is being delivered for the barrier even as we speak.
Good for you.
Have you two finished regaling the mayor?
We have.
But yeah, how's it going, Blue?
Though she has her own story to tell. Of the key, in fact. We thought you might like to join us at the...
This is an evacuation alert.
Uh-oh.
All citizens, please proceed to emergency shelters. Repeat, please proceed to emergency shelters.
Ah, Mr. Brightside has that Y'shtola Commander deck cap.
Oh, you lucky motherfucker.
The Doom Train?
All right, the Doom Train.
The Doom Train? Wasn't that one of Lindblom's weapons of war? You know of it?
I'm guessing it's a train filled with Doom weapons. Oh my god, what the fuck is that?
According to Zelenia, it was an armored
The Doom Train.
used to transport war beasts.
Okay, you say that, but that's not the Doom Train.
It's just like Omega.
Powerful arcane entity was how
Well, not Omega, but you know what I meant.
The end of the war didn't slow it one bit. Quite the contrary. Fueled by lightning ether, it's been speeding across the continent ever since. The Doom Train and its beasts bring death and destruction.
I can't take the name Doom Train correctly.
Calamity on rails.
Thomas the Tank Engine went to hell and came back.
Claiming many lives, including our parents.
I'll be right back.
It's got teeth on the front, it's got teeth on the back. I don't think you can suplex a train, Jack. What kind of Resident Evil mechanical bullshit is that?
It's not. It's Final Fantasy VI bullshit.
What do you mean it's Final Fantasy VI bullshit?
You can suplex a train in Final Fantasy VI.
No, what the fuck?
You can't make this shit up.
I have to try. For Treno.
Yane, no!
Oh my god.
It seems my services are required once more.
I'll go with you. Perhaps my knowledge of Electrope will be of use.
Jesus. Oh goodness.
I wish I were a fighter like you two. Keep her safe, will you?
Oh, it's an MTG concert. Excellent.
While destroying the Doom Train would be preferable, we should seek to delay its advance at the very least.
You can't be thinking of fighting it head on. That's madness.
Oh, we're gonna try. Well, now I have to do it.
So true, Jack. So true.
Check your embedded chat, Lamau. What do you mean, my embedded chat? Oh, you posted it in
The
Zebra
voice
Streamer.
text chat.
What the shit?
Depot not far
Yeah.
from us. We can use the train that's stopped there.
Oh my god, chat. Hang on a second. I need to...
Raha mentioned that before, did he not?
The Doom Train will have to pass through the depot to reach Treno. And since the evacuation alert was only just triggered, we might be able to reach it first.
I need to share this to chat.
So we commandeer this freight train, match our speed to the enemies, and use it as a platform from which we launch a sustained counteroffensive.
It's a card from the Final Fantasy XIV expansion.
The bloody thing before it runs us all over.
Suplex deals 3 damage to target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. Or exile target artifact.
Let me drive the train. That will leave you free to concentrate on the fight.
Fucking wild.
Lumul.
I need to grab a few things. Meet me by the gate.
You pulled 3 from a box. It's a common. That's a common as well. Like, you should have seen that way more than 3 times. No, look at her. She's just, like, looking dotedly up at me. Yeah, look at her. She's just...
Do you mean $100 for the... Well, actually, well, that's a fair price, honestly. It's not too bad.
Cue me and my bros' confusion. Yeah. If anyone can stop a speeding weapon of war, it is Grant. But we must also recognize the threat posed by its company of beasts. If its influence is so powerful that even as it barrels ahead, enthralled creatures continue to follow it, then the train may well gather additional minions as it draws near. There is no telling how many will charge Treno's gate, so we should prepare for the worst. Perhaps Y'shtola and I ought to remain on guard here. I'm inclined to agree. Oh, this is your lines.
Grant, while you remove the head of this metal serpent, we will attend to the defense of the city.
Mm-hmm. Among other things, we must do what we can to ensure the citizens get to shelter before the fighting begins. Godspeed.
Good luck.
Oh, gosh.
Chat, one like, and I buy the Y'shtola precon.
Chat, type 1 if Cap should buy the Y'shtola precon. Tap 2 if you think MTG is for nerds.
Tap 3 if you'd like me to... If you'd like to commission me and help me pay for the Y'shtola precon.
My keyboard decided to stop for a minute, which might be a bit of a problem. There's a lot of ones.
You heard it here first, folks.
There's Cat. First time Cap has chatted in the chat is to shout herself out. Okay, I need to
give me money, please.
Where is my USB? Sorry, I just need to do something real quick because this keyboard.
I'm going to see if I can get Final Fantasy card sleeves as well. $45. Fuck out of here.
Remember, chat, support your local artists. They will draw you big and round, and they will get MTG cards for your troubles.
It's true.
AO, big and round, you said? Yeah, you should go check out their Fur Affinity or their Blue Sky. You'll see their the content they do.
My art is good. I'm starting to employ a new type of shading that looks very nice.
Nice. You want to do Lumel's voice lines?
Of course. I was too busy fucking shilling myself. Right. The place we're heading now is Bentini Depot. Although Treno has its own railway station, our assailants from earlier left it in a state of significant repair. Thus, we'll be taking a hover cargo. Car don't go hover, cargo road.
Mm-hmm.
My friend here has volunteered for the mission, and I dare explain the dangers.
He's just like,
I don't give a fuck!
What dangers? The
cargo's equipped with a portable barrier and frankly, I'm fucking great at my job. Fuck off! I guarantee you our safety during the ride. What happens once we get to Bentinis? Well, that's on you, fucking. It most certainly is. Let me know when you're ready to fucking move. Oh shit, is it another line for me?
Nah, it's not. I was trying to pick a materia is all.
Fantasies.
Where we call home. Is revealed to meet the Doom train head on, but would prefer to depart before he can think of it any longer.
Oh shit. Ready? Then our fearless operator will help you aboard. We make way for Bentini with all haste.
Da-da-da.
I love us there in a fucking flash. Don't keep any limbs you're attached to. I would like to remain attached to inside the fucking vehicle.
Alright, let's go. By the by, we're over in Materia Ravana before you. Oh wait, you were over in Materia Ravana already, weren't you?
I'm sitting at Solution 9 waiting. Oh shit, I forgot I can't do a fucking PayPal on Amazon.
Mm-hmm. You can do like a zip pay or afterpay, I think. and then that one, because I think Afterpay lets you like do like a week later or something like that.
I'll wait until someone ever so kindly hops into my DMs.
Don't forget you're fighting for Ayane. For all of Treno.
I beg of you.
Hell on Rails is now accessible.
Alright, invite Cap and let's see what we can do.
Alrighty.
It's Boogie.
Ding, friend list. There you are. Invite to party. Average item level 745. Are you fucking kidding me? 740, 755. My earring! My fucking earring is causing me problems. Hang on.
Are you playing Fending right now?
Yep, I'm playing Fending. Hi there, Mizuki!
What's your ear level?
Right now my ear level is 710. So, because everything so I got a ring that's 725, 755, 740, 740, 740, 740, 740, and I need...
So it's the earring, yeah?
Yeah. Average 745. God damn it. So it wants you hot. Yeah, it's my earring and my ring.
Okay, head on over to Limsa and I'll see what I can do.
Alright. Ding dong. God
that
fucking
is
damn it.
far too spinny. Okay, let's see.
So yeah, because I don't think I can get to the market board down here, can I?
I don't think you can either.
Yeah. Classic Limsa Luminsa. You got people dancing over on the side there.
Classic Limsa Bimsa.
Alright, I'm gonna say fuck it and get this for you.
Courtly Lover's Ring? What?
Okay.
What?
Yeah.
Thank you. Courtly Lover's Earring. Alright. Let's see how this goes. 742.
So you need one more?
So my ring is what's doing nonsense, but it looks like I can maybe do a trade. Hang on. 770 versus...
how many tomestones do you have?
Where the 475 in the mathematics and 55 on
ding, ding, ding. We can do it.
All right.
All right.
Solution 9.
Solution 9.
Yeah. It'll be
telling us...
Next
I'll be able to get to it via, like, go to Tulial and then...
Well, I was teleporting us there.
Ah, okay. Sorry. This is what happens when you don't play for, like, you know, several, what's-a-mahoozy, months, is you get caught out by not going through your levels.
You're very red right now.
Who?
Oh, me. Well, okay, here. Is that better?
My color's turning off. I'm turning white. How even what?
What?
Are these the different colors of like the slaying, the and the everything?
Alright, so just to confirm...
Well, it's actually different gear. One's fending and one's maiming.
Yeah.
Keep ring. Alright.
That's what I thought.
Okay, so the Tomestone Exchange person over here, where we are, and ask for a ring. Yeah, ask for a ring.
Accessories. Here. Historia ring offending 750. Nice. 744. Are you fucking shitting me?
Are you 5 off?
I am 1 off.
All right, I'll buy something for you again.
Hang on.
What are we looking at here?
Hang on.
Where's my fucking phone?
Hang on.
Oh, you might have gotten gear as well from the expert that we did.
Skykeep, Black Mage.
Such a great.
Regular.
Unless you're already wearing it.
I'm already wearing whatever I could.
Okay.
Domain of War, accessories, other. So wait. Or. Damn it.
Okay, I got you one.
This is pain, where it's just like 1 off.
I got you one. It's fine.
All right, I'm just repairing the shit that I have right now. So I'm behind in this game. I think I stopped just after finishing the base game story. Oh, like base game A Realm Reborn or base game Dawn Trail. All right. All right.
Do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
All right. Let's see. So, yep.
I did it.
Changes the head into this. 747 now. Nice.
Wonderful.
All right, we're all good.
I can work on getting you extra gear. Whenever.
Yep. Because I still need to go through the heavyweights and such like that, so I'll be able to get gear from heavyweight as well.
Correct. And you're going to need it for a few days' time.
Yeah, I'm going to need to go through heavyweight for for the Alliance raid. So.
Hey, we can do heavyweights too. I've only gotten through cruiserweights.
Nice. How many people do we need?
Oh my god, in this lighting, my legs look so white.
This is the fit that Cap is running.
It's a good fit. I've actually had this since I was like, since I was on Kote, actually.
Oh my goodness, Mizuki, A Realm Reborn. That's...
What are you doing here, Mizuki?
You are so far there is so much that's happened since A Realm Reborn.
You have 100 hours of story to get through.
Oh my gosh, not even. There's more. Like, because that's base... So, like, hang on a second. So, if we go to... Where's the... So, basically, they've gone through... Like, probably... So, they've gone through this. Realm Reborn 1 to 4. They will still need to get through 5, which is, like, at the end of the large-scale operation, marshalling the combined might of the 3 city-states, the warrior of light emergence triumphant in the Praetorium. The Empire's stronghold over the realm thus broken, the leaders of Eorzea declare that the 7th astral era has dawned, but the celebration would prove short-lived for there can be no light without shadow. And then we go through, like, more. Also me, with what computer space? I feel like I should get back into the game. If you haven't, love the skirt, kind of want the skirt. Nice.
Oh man, looking at that relic, I gotta do the fucking expeditions, but like I just know I'm going to loathe.
So yeah. So here's the like you can be like the cool like fantasy you can be the cool fantasy.
Do you have
character?
any console
or
at all? Like
any what? Sorry.
Does Artemis have any console at all?
They are on a PlayStation 5.
They can play Final Fantasy XIV.
Is it like if you play on like a PlayStation, can you later play the same character on PC?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
My first account was on PlayStation 4.
Nice.
It's just going to take you a while to download the game.
Yeah.
Because it's single-threaded on there.
got too many games to play and finish. Look, Mizuki, I totally understand. What's more is you're seeing me not after like a couple months, like when I blitz through Kingdom Hearts in 6 months. You're seeing me after, I want to say 3 years after doing this once a week. So
those are good times.
It was.
You remember when we did the end of Endwalker and we were all just there waiting for you?
That was honestly a beautiful moment.
I did actually cry a little bit during that.
Yeah, I think because like I got in when I think it was Shadowbringers was like before Shadowbringers patches were out. I was getting into it. I was on the 3 trial for a while, and then once I got up to Heaven's Ward or halfway through A Realm Reborn, when I knew I was going to be playing this for like a long whiles, I got a subscription. I didn't get up. I was so dumb. I did not know how long it was going to take me. I thought, oh yeah, 6 months by just playing it once a week, I'll definitely get up to Shadowbringers. I didn't get up to Shadowbringers until the release of Endwalker. I didn't get up to Shadowbringers as quickly as I thought I did. It's a big game. So playing it only like once a week for like 4 hours. So basically 4 hours a week. It took me a while to get into it. Thank you, Digimon Love, for the self-care. Hang on.
It's a chug-a-lug of a game, but it's such a worthy chug-a-lug.
It is. It does take time. And I think the thing is that it's because this is the advantage of MMOs that have existed in line with World of Warcraft, and something that gets them ahead of MMOs that are starting now. And that is, you have years of content. Like this is the argument that comes into like, is it worth going into a live service game, whether it's an MMO, League of Legends with like, you know, it's where it's more of an arena based, or going into something like Marathon or Fortnite and such like that, is that how much content is there for you to go through, whether you're binging or going through it at your own pace, and is there going to be a future when you're up to date? Those are the two sides. Because there are some people that will go into brand new MMOs and they will just, you know, they'll have nothing to do. Even end game content will be like very vapid for them and such. And so because of that, unless you're doing like constant content, you might lose people. And if you lose people in a game that is prevalent on having an audience and people here, then there's going to be a... Do you want me to change the party so instead it's 2 tanks and 1 healer?
Yeah, we'll see if that makes it quicker, and if not, then what we'll do is...
Party Finder?
Party Finder.
Yeah. So this is the problem that modern multiplayer games that are trying to be the replacement of MMOs or games as a service, is that this is your competitor. It isn't just WoW. It is Final Fantasy XIV. It is the Lord of the Rings Online. You're competing against games that have existed for perhaps a decade, and a decade worth of content for you to go through. Like, and
sorry about the emote spin. I'm literally just like testing what should go in my hotbar.
No, fair enough. So yeah, so there's a lot to get through. I gotta go, EP, sadly, so good night all. Not to worry, Shark Boy. But yeah, Mizuki, it will take a lot of time. I will be frank with you though, it is quite enjoyable. I love how, do that emote again. Your tail like goes up. It's just like, ah.
Oh, then let me. Urethra.
Oh, have you seen what happens when someone with a tail uses red mage abilities? It's crazy.
Hold on.
Were you only doing story quests, or did you get sidetracked with other stuff? Off stream, there was some distraction, I will be real with you, but to put into context, I think on stream, I would do I would do the main story quest line. I had to do the Alliance raid Crystal Towers because that was a requirement when I got into it. Main story quest line for Heaven's Ward. I think I did some of the raid, like not Alliance raids, but I've done the normal raids on stream as well. So, the stuff you see So trials, everyone has to go through those. But like the raids you see here, so I haven't done the Binding Coils of Bahamut. I need to go through that in my own time. But Alexander, I've gone through that on stream, the Nun Savage stuff. The Deltascape, or sorry, the Omegascape, I've gone through the Nun Savage stuff. Shadowbringers, I've gone through Eden's Gate most recently. And then as for Endwalker, I have not gone farther than Asphodelos. Like, I still need to go through this stuff. So I've done the first circle, I've done the second, the third. I need to pick up the quest to go through 5, 6, 7, 8. So
I reckon we PF this.
yeah, it's been 2.5 minutes. So
PF it.
All right. Withdraw, and then Party Finder, recruit, ding.
Oh, if you say first time, you'll get plenty.
Yeah. Hell on Rails, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yep. Objective, duty completion, first time. Recruit. All right, let's see how we do. So I went through the main story quest, and I've done some side stuff here and there. So, but again, I went through the main story quest in like 4-hour allotments a week. And there was definitely like, I think a month or two where I didn't go through Final Fantasy like overall across the, 3 years. So.
Oh, right. Cap, you might enjoy the new race that's coming. It's not playable, but...
What?
The new race that's coming to 14.
Lack the time currently.
Oh my god! Oh, it's a baby.
Also, is that what the new expansion's called?
Yes. Evercold? Yes.
Yeah. Oh my god,
where
it's got a
is
giant
your...
beard.
Hang on a second.
It's a cat. I will send it to Grant and he can show everyone.
Do you think it's like a Lala in clothes?
Oh, this rotund fella. Hang on a second. Let me save the image so then that way I'll get you on the rest of it, chat. Hang on a second. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of a fucking palico. Look at this cat.
They do kind of look like palicos, yeah.
So yeah, and what's more is look at their knees. They have metal kneecap protectors that are shaped as cats. Do you see it?
I do see it. Oh my word. Also, Grant, check your DMs from me.
Is it the Yay!
Oh wait, you already did. My bad.
Yeah, I did. That's why I did the pog. I'm not gonna share it on stream because private information.
That's my
and shit.
address and my dead name.
I don't see that. I'm just gonna just blind. It's like I don't see these things. Your cap in my head.
Yeah, I'm just using the force to just erase it immediately from your brain.
Yeah, it's just like you don't know these details.
Credits will do fine.
Is that a Stargate thing?
Yeah, it is a Star Wars thing.
Oh, okay. Damn it.
It's alright.
I always get those three mixed up.
Stargate, Star Trek, and Star Wars.
Yes.
Look.
Oh, we got a Guna.
Kupo playable race when? I don't know when the Kupo are going to be a playable race. I think people will just dress up their Lalafels to look like the Kupo. Oh wait, no, they can't. I'm thinking of the other dwarfs. You've been killed by adorableness.
Speaking of dwarves, I gotta do the new raids.
Oh, so that's what the emoji looks like. I need to remember to raid into someone who's also playing Final Fantasy XIV, so then that way I can get that over the next hour or something. Actually, you know what I can do? Hang on. Here's what I'm gonna do. I am gonna go back to...
Oh wait, I have it. Hold on.
If you've been watching me, I imagine you would.
Let's see.
Now the question is, would I have it? I doubt I would have it for... Here's the... Like, I wish, because of the fact that I was streaming and shit like that, that it would give it to me, but I guess not. Watch to earn drops. Like...
Oh, it's a badge, not a
Yeah.
Emote, my bad.
Yeah, no, it's a badge. How to earn it. Go to a participating... Watch for 1 hour and claim the thingy-majiggy. And then FanFest, go to the participating channel, including Final Fantasy XIV.
I've been watching for more than an hour and I still haven't got it. What's this about?
It's probably going to be like a refresh thing, unless you got like multiple streams. So...
I do not.
Mm-hmm. So... We have until Monday, April 27th, 5 p.m. So...
We've got 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all the time I can spare to get this emote.
Yeah, it's got like 16% of 1 hour, and I'm like, I've been in this stream for longer than that. What do you mean?
Oh, hi there, Sashara. Is this why you logged on? You went over to Materia, didn't you? Yeah, I went over to Materia, Sashara. You're welcome to join us if you want.
We do need 4 more people. Oh, shit.
Yeah, they're there. So that's Dragoon Erebus right there. So they're just... Nice. Oh, look, it's Mr. Darkseid. Oh, that's who it is. Nice, nice. This makes so much... This makes...
Oh, yep. Filling up quick.
This makes so much sense. I mean, you already have a party of 4. You need 8. You need a party of 8, Sashara. You gotta...
Crippling
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 1 slot left.
So blue.
Grant's gonna die.
Where's the... Here we go.
Manny.
1 more DPS. 1 more. What for? We're going into Hell on Rails. We're gonna go up against the Doom Train.
The Doom Train.
The Doom Train.
Hold on, we need to hear that. We need to hear that 1 more time.
The Doom Train. And now I'm gonna be stuck like
dun dun dun
dun dun dun dun dun dun dun dun dun dun dun dun dun dun dun. Renew your subscription, Sashara. Renew your subscription and get to item level 745, or get yourself
Right
a
now.
crafter who will gift you items that will help you get to 745, so you can go through hells on wheels in your own time.
You have no choice in the meta.
Yeah, it is also completely pointless on OCE because there's no cross DC for us.
Yeah,
At all.
It makes no sense. But hey, you know, yay for the other DCs, I suppose.
Yep. We just need 1 more DPS? Come on, it's like the easiest job to find.
What's this job?
You just haven't done it yet because I don't want to spoil it for Dan. Oh no! Your partner Dan hasn't played it. How far away is Dan?
Tell Dan to lock in.
Oh my god, I've been using the wrong PNG tuber this entire time.
You just realized you're just being your normal cap self instead of your cool shades Rothgar? So close. Hours. Literal hours.
I've been enjoying myself too hard.
Well, yeah, we were talking about pasta.
It's true. Pasta's good.
So,
hey, there we go.
There we go. Alright, cool. Let's do a ready check. Oop. Yeah. Alright, we're all ready, so... Trials for Dawn Trail, Hell on Wheels, join! Let's do this! I also need to catch up on Hildebrand quests at some point as well. Toot toot!
You mean just running towards him? I'm like, I want it, I want it, I want it, I want it, I want to fight. Oh, definitely turn that BGM up.
We're in it now! I'm counting on you!
This is a good album. Oh shit. No, get... Fuck, I am not gonna make the healer happy. Ow.
We take those.
Windpipe? The fuck?
I didn't know.
I did arm's length when it said windpipe, and I was like, oh, that sounds like that's gonna do something to me.
Correct.
Oh, what the... Oh, shit.
The Black Arm!
Are we going through this quickly?
Oh, good luck!
Good luck. You heard him.
Oh, shit. Nice.
There's no way you got that. That's criminal what you just did.
I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, that one was definitely my fault, so... windpipe again?
Ah.
I'll go on the left. Go.
Not again! You all right back there?
Didn't hurt. Not at all.
Use the transport panels to get up there!
What the shit? What's he gonna do with the energy crackles between the jaws? Oh. Hopefully I did that correctly. Oop. I'm gonna... Oh
Second
shit!
left.
Fuck!
Bye.
I got this!
My bad.
Interesting choice to res there.
What? I just clicked accept. I didn't... Oh. Oh, there we go. I'm good. I'm good.
Oh, you're fine. Okay.
They thought it was bullshit, and... Oh, what's the orb?
Runaway train.
Oh, I've been teleported.
Fame is here. What the fuck?
Oh, it wants me!
I was so confused. Oh, it wants me.
Now it's on
Okay.
Grant.
Here we go. it makes it annoying to do the thing because it's like, you know, it's going around the circle. There we go. Thankfully, we do not die.
You hear the scream of metal, and it's coming closer.
Where?
There it is.
Oh. Oh shit. Do I go to the sides or? Oh, cool, and then it loops again. Oh, that's not good. Arcane Revolution. We go to the edge? Question mark. Condenses between Doom's hands. Oh, who's it targeting? Oh, god damn you. That's worse than... Barely dodged that. What? Head on what? Oh, okay, cool.
Oh, fuck me, Basil.
Ah, damn it.
What?
That was my...
I'm cheating! I should have gotten hit by that. Oh. I don't want to talk about that. That's... Yeah,
okay, I'm kind of not following the mechanics correctly at this point.
Oh, I don't want to talk about that at all.
Left.
We're hitting it as hard as we can, boy!
There's only so much a scythe can do.
Yeah, there we go!
Oh!
Woo! Yay!
It's a fun one.
Mm-hmm.
It was a bit stressful, but we did it. Dun, da, da. Oh, there's nothing awarded? Okay. I thought there would be a chest. And I got no... Oh, wait, it was a full party. Why does it matter? I was like, no commendations. Like, we used a party finder. That's why. We did it, Lumo!
Thank you. That was enough bravery for a lifetime.
Nah, you still got like 12 more in you.
Did it? We stopped the Doom Train. Well, mostly you did. Before we can celebrate, though...
The weapon has a choo-choo event when you unsheathe them?
Yep.
Ah, but I need to go to like the Savage variant, don't I?
The extreme version, yeah.
Sorry, extreme.
I've lost track of how many times I've asked you for help, but I need your help again.
So is Dragoon a friend of ours?
The Dragoon is, Dragoon Erebus is Mr. Brightside.
Oh!
I have to believe that A&A will be safe with you, comrades, while we attend to matters elsewhere. I'll see to the wounded. You try not to join them, alright? Your progress through the battle will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again for the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battle associated with others, because we're like everything, the progress will be lost. Duty calls level 730. See, this is annoying. It's like item levels, you need to be at least item level 745, but then the item level sync here is 735. Anyway, I'm just going to do a quick...
It sinks you down to 735.
Ah, that's bullshit. All right, I got to go to the bathroom real quick, all right? I'm going to run an advertisement while I do so, okay? So, bathroom break. Bathroom break, BRB, and then do a little dance. I am so sorry.
Make a little love. Get down tonight. I get down tonight. You know, I'm surprised Code isn't in chat, honestly.
Apparently at work.
Ah, that makes sense. Oh, blue and gold's a good look.
It is, yeah. For the ECOB weapons, I've done that. I haven't done any for Uwu because it's kind of hell to colorize for. I don't know if this works for the T ones.
All right, I'm back. And of course, my girlfriend steals my shirt, showing my biddies out for everyone. How dare. No cool shirt.
Artemis likes looking at your boobs.
Artemis? Oh, I need to disband the party at this point.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So... excited for 8.0. Fuck it. You know what? Where's... Ding dong. Dragoon E. Can I... Yep, send friend request. Just in case there's, like, another chance of, like, things. Seems appropriate. A short time earlier. Ah, this is where we get to play as, like, other characters. Alright, let's see how well I deal with this. Da-da-dun. 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 I have never played
shit,
Cryptomancer
I forgot
before.
again that it was... I forgot again that it was fucking Mr. Brightside. I'm a fool! I'm a tired fool. I need my... I'm an old woman and I need my cup of tea.
Old lady needs the cup of tea.
Yes. Thank you so much. There were others being attacked over by the canal. Could you possibly...
Of course, I'll go right away. The rest of you should get to the town hall.
Ba-ba-bum.
I can't leave anyone behind. I won't.
All right.
Best make sure the evacuation route is clear.
You have full button. 1 is single target, 2 is your AoE.
Effectively, you've got evolved.
Mm-hmm.
I think your 3 is big damage.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna do myself a favor and not look at my bank account until the day that my pay comes in.
Done. Now to aid those
Nice.
people by the canal.
Good thing I saved the butterfly motif for that. This way, I think. Yep. Hopefully I'm going the right way.
And 4 is self-heal. Yeah, okay. So, yep, that's everything. You got it, that it is.
Yeah.
I do this. I might go and grab myself a cup of tea.
Quick cuppa.
Yeah, lovely little cuppa.
Oh, can... I was gonna say, can the Pictomancer do, rescue?
Yes.
There may be other stragglers.
The butterfly motif is available again.
Yeah, it's butterflies on a very short cooldown.
25 seconds. Ah, nice. Okay. Oh yeah, it's very short. Go. This is going fairly easier than I hoped. I was so scared I couldn't even move. Silly, isn't it? My wife and I will be making for Town Hall straight away. You have my word on that. If you're determined to check on everyone, I won't complain, but do be careful.
That breeze is awfully warm. Oh no!
Oh, there's a fire! Oh shit.
First things first, the fire.
Oh, yep. Water!
Yashtola's book.
Water, water, froth and foam. I'm seeing there. Yes, I'm gonna run away. Yep, cool.
Not a moment too soon. I hope that was the worst of it.
Somebody help!
A voice. Further out.
Dun, 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 dun.
I'll take care of this. Make for shelter.
There we go. Donk. Donk.
How many are there?
I'm just so focused right now as I get past the 10th hour.
Is that all of them?
Oh boy. I guess this is like a... Yeah, this is gonna be like a boss trial. Oh fuck, it's a behemoth!
A behemoth!
I'm guessing it's a lightning aspected one as well. Bright lights! Oh, cool.
You cut that rather close.
Thank goodness you're all right.
Ayane has finished the repairs. We need only hold the line until the barrier is in place.
And hold the line we will, together.
Am I back to my skills now, or... In the coming battle, you will fight as GrantZeebs. Yes, I'm back to being a tank.
So see, everyone had to play as you.
Every single person. Just all the sound effects going off in our team as we...
Thunderheads!
Keep away from the clouds. If I never see another storm.
Nowhere is safe with so many of them.
Some friendly winds, if you please.
Nice.
It worked! How fortunate that bird made such an impression.
On. There we go. I'm doing really well as doing the rotations that I'm needing to do. I am not moving.
Something is coming.
Ball lightning!
Yishtola, Steen, lend me your strength!
Two of us will disperse these balls of lightning.
Just keep the lightning at bay a little longer! Take cover behind the Spriggan!
The Spriggan's giant rock is gonna protect me?
The tide is turning! Press the attack!
And I wasted
like a builder.
Yeah, and I wasted an inner release when I...
You still got 2 Infuriates. You can use those. Sphene chasing after you.
Who's chasing after? Oh, Sphene. Yeah, she's just like... I think they had like predetermined spots they would stand, and they were hoping that I would just stand in the center or something like that. And it's just like, no.
He has been made.
Congrats. Who's been made?
He. Make cuppa.
Ah, the cup of tea. I thought you said he has been made, not tea has been made.
That was an incredible performance.
English breakfast.
Oh, how you've grown.
Flatterer. What is it?
The barrier is restored. The people of Treno may rest easy once more.
The perimeter is clear, everyone. And thanks to our guests, the Doom Train has been destroyed. Last but not least, Ayane's fixed the barrier. We don't need to worry about beasts anymore. This calls for a celebration.
Woo!
Woohoo!
The Doom Train is gone for good.
That's our Ayane.
They're safe. All of them. Alila? Cry. Does the name Alila mean aught to you?
My mother. Did you know her?
They must have been best of. Oh God, what the shit? I just gave you praise, woman.
You just broke her limits a few times. I think that's completely fair.
Fine. We do limit breaks like 3 times a day.
Yeah, but we're made of different shit.
Yeah.
She's got the echo.
Yeah, but well, yeah, good point.
Yeah, but she's not an Asian like we are.
No.
We should get you patched up before autumn.
Plus, we're goaded.
Yeah, I'll accept that. We're goaded.
Alila's story and that of the key are one and the same.
Dun,
After
dun,
you've rested
dun,
and recovered,
dun,
I'll
dun.
tell you the tale. You have no cause to fret, I promise you. While Lummel forgot to give the order, bless him, there's work to be done ere we can celebrate. First and foremost, we must see to any injured. Come and find me at Town Hall when you're ready.
Without further delay, then.
You needn't mind me. My injuries are far from severe.
But your curiosity is another matter, is it not? Your feet will deliver you to Miaili all the swifter if you can actually walk on them.
Yay! While I would rather not have tumbled to the pavement in front of half the city, I am none the worse for wear, thanks to Y'shtola. But what of myself? If you have any hurts, we can tend to them now before we see Miaili. Into the Hey! It's the final mission!
Yeah.
Curious, isn't it? I want to know more than anything, yet part of me is still terrified. But having come so far, I can't turn from the truth now. If everyone is feeling up to it, let us go and have our answers. Till Tuesday. Okay, fine, till Tuesday. Hey, I understand, but don't you worry. We'll find the time to play through more. Because Lord knows I am going to need to catch up on some stuff. Hi there, Vector. Welcome, welcome. I am just about out to finish the last mission in 7.4, Into the Mist. Because once I'm done with that mission, I need to find some time to play through the heavyweights.
Today?
Today? No, not today. Today is...
I was about to say, we're about to run into 5 hours.
Yeah, we're technically running over time right now, but considering how close we are to the end of patch 7.4, I'm gonna take this as an appropriate overtime, especially since it's just going to be cutscenes.
There is something about our family that you need to understand. We are descendants of the speakers of Eld, and I myself am the latest to inherit the role.
I forgot why the speakers of Eld are important.
For our people's welfare in our adopted home. It has ever been our duty to find a means to return whence we came. Alas, our ancestral treasure never did answer our prayers. And that left my elder sister, the previous speaker, mired in doubt. It was then, when she was at her most vulnerable, that preservation reached out to her.
The key is none other than that relic, and it has been in the safekeeping of our people since time immemorial.
Yes. When lightning threatened this world, we attempted to use the key to flee again, like our ancestors once did. Alas, no matter what we tried, we couldn't invoke its power. We had all but given up when Preservation approached us with an offer of partnership.
We've heard this part before, from my parents' memories. My mother was your sister.
She was. Which makes you an heir to the Speaker's legacy. The last message I received from your parents said that in order to thwart Preservation's design, they must send away both their daughter and the key. I now understand what became of the former. As for the latter, through conversing with your friends, I gleaned with whom it currently resides.
And is it your wish that we give it back?
We Milala are the people of Treno now. Here is where we've put down our roots. The moment Elila relinquished the key, she relinquished our claim to it as well. But be that as it may, my sister gave up not only her life, but her darling daughter to prevent its misuse. It is my duty to ensure that its new bearer is worthy. So, should it answer your call as it never did ours, how would you use the key's power?
I'm not too sure.
It was the same with me. It took me like a good few minutes to figure out what I'd do.
Because, like, for them, it's like, oh, if we know how to use the key, we'd obviously, like, you know, travel either to the next world or see if we can go back to our home to see whether there's some means of repair, save lives, and perform other such acts of heroism. I don't know. That just feels a bit like a lie. There's people we can save here.
Well, if you're not sure,
I'm still not sure, frankly. It's a level of power we're not exactly accustomed to. Like,
The very fact that
this is like what, our 4th world we've explored?
you understand the weight of this power.
Actually, no, hang on a second. Let's think about this. So we've gone from the source to the 1st, to the 13th, to... Actually, no, not to the 13th, sorry. To the edge of the universe, to the 13th, to the 9th now. This is our 5th world.
Do you have any records pertaining to the key here in Treno?
Would that we did. But Delilah took everything with her when she joined Preservation. If aught remains, it would be in Alexandria.
And so we find ourselves returned to our original course.
Shale may have made some progress. Perhaps it's time to bring our visit to an end. But by that, I don't mean to say that I don't feel welcome in Treno. You've all been so kind and accommodating. And in many ways, it's my hometown. It's just that, well,
It's all right, my dear. It is true that some feel bound by blood or birthplace, but I don't believe that your parents would have wanted that for you. They devoted their lives to understanding the key so that future generations would not be burdened by it. As we have chosen Treno, so too should you choose the place you call home. A place where you can bloom and grow with fearless joy.
I will.
We must give you a proper send-off, though. Wait for us by the gate, will you? A word of caution, Keeper of the Key.
Yes.
As you know, it is a relic that has traveled across centuries and worlds, passing through countless hands. Oft beckoning to those ruled by ambition or avarice. Indeed, some have wondered if it chooses its master. But I believe differently. I believe that some inexorable force, call it fate, if you will, ushers it from one bearer to the next.
Interesting turn of phrase as we're entering into, as the fan fest for Final Fantasy has regarded the saga coming up next as the Godless Saga.
Hmm.
Oh! Have we seen that particular aura before?
Nope. Nah.
Okay. Meanwhile, screaming in my head, writers will sometimes use a tool called foreshadowing by presenting information to you that would otherwise be seen as nonchalant were it not for a change of tone or viewing point of view. God, you have me running all the way back. But yeah, I'm gonna be real, like, because of people having rumors about the trailer and such like that, of like, you know, some people are like, I bet you, it's like 20 gil that this one-eyed aura over here in this realm is Odin, and his name is Gungir or something like that. Like, because let's be real, Odin very often just pretends to be an old man, and like,
he does
in his
pretend to be an
travels.
old man.
Yeah. So I believe you can mount here.
Isn't there a dragon that also does that, like in Dungeons and Dragons?
Technically there's two. Actually, no, Bahamut. It's Bahamut.
Doug, what if we get Bahamut 2?
You mean Bahamut 3?
Wait, what's the second?
What?
Oh, yeah,
What's the
because the first one was our Bahamut from Dalamud, but then there's the second Bahamut that popped up during the events of the patch content of Shadowbringers.
Right.
Oh, sorry, Bahamut 3 then, because we have Neo Bahamut.
Yeah.
Wait, I need to find the video of Barrett naming all the Bahamuts.
Thank you all for everything.
We're the ones who should be thanking you. You fought so many times for us.
Twice. We fought twice.
Tended to the people's immediate hurts, but see that they receive appropriate care as they recover.
I still can't believe you took down the Doom Train. Just like that. You're my hero, truly. And I'm sure Mum and Dad and everyone else we lost will rest easier now that it can never hurt anyone again.
Almost there.
I cannot thank you enough for supporting my plan for the barrier. Not to mention that we wouldn't even have the electrope to restore it without your aid. I can't wait to see what else we can do now that the mine is back in service. Kryl. O life, flourish on this faraway shore. Unfurl your fragile petals with fearless joy. Let this sky grant shelter from darkest storm, and here bloom, hand in hand, forevermore. Remember that, will you? Whatever shore you choose.
Of course, those words and our people will always be in my heart.
After so long without her, I had begun to forget what my sister was like. Her face, her voice, fading like the mist. All I could remember clearly was her resolve as we parted for the last time. But now I've seen her again. In you, sweetheart.
Oh, Auntie.
For bringing her back to me. It is a joy to have met you, Kryl.
You too, Aunt Meili.
I know your home lies far from here, but to us you'll always be family. Come and see us once in a while, won't you?
I will. My comrades have found a treatment for Levin's sickness, so I'll bring it to Treno as soon as I can.
My, you certainly have no shortage of accomplished friends.
Well, after we defeated God several times over, and the doom of all days.
And we went to the end of the universe, stopped Ragnarok pretty much.
We stopped the equivalent of like a god's depression. So
we gave a god that was also a bird therapy.
yeah, actually, what happened to that bird? Do we still is the bird like still around, technically speaking, or is it like just a figment of our imagination?
I think it killed itself.
I think it's still around. Because in the last cutscene that we see with it, it's a bird that's just flying around.
Maybe it lobotomized itself.
Who knows? I will
Why
be
is it
real with
researching
you.
its
Like
power?
when I saw the blue bird person in Endwalker and just having that like autistically coded interaction, I was just like, oh god, this thing is gonna be eviscerated emotionally by something. And it's like, yep. The man who invents creatures every whim that could be equivalent of God is just sort of like, oh, what is my purpose in life? Decides to send out several of these children to be like, you there are going to answer for me my whole in my soul about godhood and shit like that. And then lo and behold, they go out into the universe and the universe is dead or dying. Yeah, cool. Thank you for the cycle of trauma.
Well, it was a flawed question, and he gave a perfectly good bird depression.
Yeah, he did. It was fucking bullshit. It still feels a bit like I'm dreaming. But even should I wake, I'll remember it. I'll remember them. On a practical note, I am more certain than ever that Shell's work will yield vital insights into the key. I look forward to speaking with her when we arrive in Solution 9. If you don't mind, might we first make our way to Resolution? Gosan will be wondering about my absence. Heavens, yes! I apologize for keeping you from your duty so long. Think nothing of it. I was more than happy to be part of your adventure, and Gosan will forgive me once I tell him of Treno. But yeah, perfectly good bird was given clinical depression. They didn't need to do that. Think
They give an autistic bird depression by asking a question incorrectly.
they asked, like it's just. I saw what was gonna happen because the guy very much was like, you know, we saw him just with the fucking depression eyeshadow, and like, you know, it wasn't gonna be a simple question, was it? It wasn't gonna be a case of what do I do with myself. Instead, it's a what is the purpose of this universe kind of bullshit, like crazy high level.
And then 1,000 fucking years later, he comes to our house and possesses a young Asian boy and goes, "I want all of you to die."
Yep, that's it. In conclusion, the conclusion he saw was death. And what's annoying is he saw that conclusion after wiping his memory of learning of it to be like, maybe by wiping my memory and our past of this thing because of the Aether Clock bullshit I made, maybe I will get to a different solution. And it's just like, my brother in Christ, you got to this solution before I could help you, and you're getting rid of me to find the next solution. You're not gonna get a different solution. The results will remain the same, if not faster. This explains much. I wondered why I had not seen neither hide nor hair of your majesty these past days. May I ask where you have been? It's quite a long story. Then he said, all right, bet. Yep, he said, all right, bet. They sundered the universe and he reincarnated once again as a mad scientist. Ever stalwart your companions, traversing the Mist Continent with no knowledge of what awaits was extraordinarily reckless. That I cannot deny, but it availed us much. We have the opportunity to resume diplomatic relations with a longtime ally. And as I did not, in fact, come to harm, all is well that ends well? Should you feel compelled to go on another excursion in future, I expect that you will notify me beforehand. Yes, of course. It was remiss of me. I apologize. Duty calls is most insistent. Nevertheless, whenever you require my aid, please do not hesitate to seek it. Man, who would have thunk going for a vacation off into the United States would end up us, like, you know, dealing with some real crazy geopolitical nonsense? You're back. How'd it go? Did you find a way
Somehow
down?
more crazy than Steel Ball Run.
Oh yeah, no, Steel Ball Run is still fucking wild. Treno. I've heard the name. Incredible that it's sheltered the Milana all this time. Cap, that's your line.
Oh, my apologies. What's more, the mayor was able to share the story of the key from her perspective. She believes that the historical documents pertaining to it are stored in Preservation's archives.
They could be. Though our work isn't done yet, we've made progress on the decryption. I was on my way to the containment complex to review the data in situ.
In that case, allow me to accompany you. Though it may be incomplete, I should like to review the information available.
We'll contact you as soon as we've made some sense of it. In the meantime, might I suggest that our Warrior of Light gets a good night's sleep or two? You never know what manner of hellish technology will be after us next. And Crow.
And Cryle.
It's me. And Crow,
Okay.
I assume you'll be wanting to familiarize yourself with the care and feeding of Porksies. Indeed, while I'm aware of the principles, I was never needed elsewhere when the others were treating the 11 afflicted. I shall have to ask your Stola to instruct me. I'm just getting through it, like, slightly quickly. 'Tis the least I can do for my family. Family.
I'm glad we both just had the fucking Don Toretto in our head.
Yep. I intend to visit
Family.
them whenever possible, but my home will always be here in the Source. There's nowhere I'd rather be. Yay.
You did it. You completed Final Fantasy XIV.
Woo! For the next 2 days.
Yeah, you did it in one sitting this time.
Yeah, no, it's earlier in Treno.
Now, there is much to be done. With access to the mine restored, I'd like to explore methods to expand our food production systems. I look forward to your insights.
Oh, there she is again.
She's very cute, isn't she?
Yeah. Very bookish.
Oh, my
Mm.
poor heart. I only meant to steal a glimpse while we were in the area.
She's American.
Oh, that's an American accent?
Definitely met, didn't they? Oh, that's not ideal. Such fearsome instincts to perceive me as a threat in an instant. But I shouldn't be surprised. It's the Source's vaunted hero, after all.
Halmarut!
Oh, dear me! Oh.
What the shit?
One need hardly be the Warrior of Lights to notice you. You're far from subtle.
Why is the teddy bear sinister?
You insist upon dressing for another century. Those clothes must be as old as I am. Where is your robe?
You mean the robe that practically announces me as an Asian?
Oh shit, they're still alive?
Tend to reveal that detail, but it will be at a time of my choosing.
I'm gonna be real, I thought all the Asians were Highlanders. Or healers.
Besides,
They can possess who they want.
can't help but draw the eye. It's you. how you've grown. Smaller, that is. And surprisingly cute-ish.
Put me down.
Ow. Why would you do this to me, Ruby? We're almost done with the Final Fantasy XIV. We're just going through a cutscene. Helmarut.
If you wish to say your goodbyes, I could find you a vessel and mold it to match your preferred presentation.
Don't you dare. I will not debase myself by occupying a living body ever again. And in any case, to travel the rift is usually...
Calyx is the twerp that tried to kill... Oh, this is the what's-a-mahoozy, Ascian that was possessing, like, the Xenos, lover body.
Your understanding is, in essence, correct.
This is the twink with the stethoscope.
Oh!
Ergo, you must discard it and assume a form of pure ether until you reach the other side. However, that doesn't mean you need discard everything like so much refuse.
Oh, this is the teleportation method of the,
Using fissures such as this, one can easily send small amounts of matter between reflections.
Where the fuck was this during, Shadowbringers?
Never mind, then he's no twink, he's just an
sickly
annoying
boy.
child.
He's just a sickly boy.
All the more reason to remain as I am. At present, I could pass through a fissure myself. And as this form suffices for surveying the material realm, I see no reason to expend effort searching for a replacement. I wish only to observe. That is enough.
Very well. I shan't press. Nevertheless, odd though you may look, I would encourage you to bid farewell to those to whom you have attachment.
Oh, he has an attachment to no one. What the fuck are you on about, woman?
For now that you failed, unless our hero changes course, this world is doomed to die.
I had hoped to banish death from their lives. Why should it come to all, whether they will it or no? Why must any accept this burden and grief? It was never about any one person. So no, there are none with whom I would exchange fond farewells.
Well, that's bullshit. You make it sound like as if, oh, there's too many people to love, but really, you didn't love anyone.
Kind yet survives. I can hold fast to my faith.
But yeah, I would have remembered Twinkie Boy when they do this part here. I would have just been like, oh shit, this reminds me of this dude from the previous patch. I guess that's who it was.
Hold fast you must, as we press ever onward.
Helmarut.
For soon it begins, and every world shall tremble. The Winterers must be prepared to outlast the great withering to come.
Winterers, and the next expansion is Ever Cold.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's nature's proclamation.
Oh shit, there's reflection in the glass.
It echoes in the silence, left by the will of the star.
Wither blows fate's wandering will, for gray clouds presage winter's chill. Okay, so basically Halamut over here was the reason why Calix was able to do the weird, like, primal summoning thing of, like, the epitome of death. So we got that answer for us, but, you know, clearly our character, the Warrior of Light, isn't actually aware of that, but we, the viewer, are aware of that, which means we're most likely going to be aware of this when we get into the next patch. But yay! We did it, chat!
Did it in one.
We did it in one! And now comes the bit where... Dink. Head back to Tuliel because that's where the nearest bed is. Although, actually, that doesn't matter because... Gonna end the stream here! Because, like, you know, if I do the... What's-mahoozy? To explain to Zeebs. No, don't... I wouldn't... No explanation necessary. There will be other times to get explanation here and there from other things, don't you worry. I want to go for... Where's a soft song? Give me... I just want a soft song, thank you very much, of Final Fantasy XIV. Why is it so hard to get, like, just a nice, sweet, like... Never mind. Was just going to say the Ascians are far from being entirely eliminated. Yeah, I guess, because... Like, there would have been at least 13, there would have been at least 13 of them. But we've only dealt with, like, what? Like, 3 of the unsundered one? Like, quote-unquote unsundered? So, yeah.
Logriff is a friend.
But yeah, that is going to be it for me tonight. I need to get a schedule together for what the following week is going to look like. Lord knows I need to put more Final Fantasy time into my schedule, and quite frankly, it is Laha Brea, Emmet, and Elibris were the uncentered. Yep, so Laha Brea, not Laha Bread, but Laha Brea was who we dealt with in the events of A Realm Reborn and Heaven's Ward, I believe, technically. We dealt with 2 other Ascians in Heaven's Ward, I think, as well. And then we dealt with Emmet because of Shadowbringers, and then...
Who's the one that fused?
The one that fused is...
Iggy and Laha Brea.
Oh, was Laha Brea the one that... I thought Laha Brea wasn't the one that fused. I thought it was 2 others.
Do you mean Elidibus by Iggy?
Anywho's point is that's not all the Ascians and what have you, so we're definitely going to be seeing more of them. But yeah, I'll need to catch up on Final Fantasy nonsense, which is probably going to be me reading through the directory 1 page at a time. So, but for now, let's go and see who is online and who we can go and raid as, like, just a fun little, like, surprise. Let us see. Any English speakers? Oh, look, there's a pigeon that's playing Final Fantasy XIV. It looks like they're going through Alexandria stuff. All right, we are gonna go raid into someone named Benji Peach. So it's like some sort of Benji person. And we're going to go with the classic raid message, Himbo Raid. Show us your cutest guys, gals, and non-binary pals, or prepare to get swole. If you are not subscribed, that's okay. You're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes that you want. I won't judge.
Actually, if you're not subscribed, that's not okay. What are you doing? Subscribe right now, you fiend.
Yep. Anyway, Velk... Cap, thank you so much for keeping me company for this stream and for helping me out in the dungeon and the trials where you can and in the voice acting. I greatly appreciate it. And for everyone else, I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are in the time zone. And we'll
see you in 2 days.
I'll see them most likely Monday for something or rather, but not 2 days from now. 2 days from now, because, like, that's when the patch changes. It changes like Tuesday evening and what have you. Anyway, I will hopefully see you all next time. Bye for now.
Later.
Bye-bye.
Good stream.